be four. And who are the senators who are here this morning?
Currently present in the session hall are Senator Rector, Senator Ada, Senator Palacios, Senator Uggan, Senator Barnes, Senator Pangilinan, and yourself, Madam Speaker. There's still no quorum.
So we only have 7 this morning. Thank you very much. The legislature is called to session. Thank you very much, senators, for coming in. The the motion that was that passed basically said that if we skipped a bill and the senator is present then and ready for presentation, then we would go back to that bill. It hasn't lost its place. So I recognize Senator Frank Ogden as the author of Bill number 116.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, Susan Masi, and good morning, Senators. Dispensa sa guan na ba ni Sita Rosa Dividis? Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before we proceed, I'd like to move for the placement of Bill number 116 COR as substituted by the Committee on Economic Development, Health and Human Services, and Judiciary to have it placed on third reading and with discussion, please. Madam
Yes,
Speaker.
please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just for the information of the body, we do have representatives from the Bureau of Statistics and Plans who are on their way to the legislature in case there are any sideline questions that may be posed in regards to Bill number 116. But 116 would provide generally the authorization for the Bureau of Statistics and Plans to be able to proceed with the recruitment of necessary personnel for the conduct of the Census 2010 or the 2010 census. I think that in this particular case, one of the extensive discussion, deliberations, not only during the course of the public hearing, but also with representatives from the U.S. Census Bureau, was that they're anticipating to possibly receive up to $9.8 million for this particular session or census that's going to be conducted next year. And prior, obviously, before they can proceed with the allocation, the expenditures of the $9.8 million, Madam Speaker, one of the things that the Census Bureau has requested is that the U.S. Census Bureau has requested that, in fact, there be restricted authorization for the expenditure of those funds. And when I say restricted, just solely that positions be established through the government process to allow for the recruitment of personnel on a temporary basis. Now, this legislation would allow for those individuals. It delineates exactly. Section 1 highlights what is anticipated during the course of the conduct of the census. Section 2 would codify essentially the conduct of the census every 10 years. And first subsection would be the program operation and funding, which will originate from the U.S. Census Bureau. And then the subsection B would be the Bureau established positions, and is highlighted there. So no other positions will be utilized other than those provided herein. And then subsection 3 would allow for the unclassified employment of these individuals in the government of Guam and also retirees. And that was requested, Madam Speaker. I know that may bring up some issues, but that was requested as an opportunity just in case that, in fact, the Bureau of Statistics and Plans is not able to recruit sufficient personnel through the regular recruitment process, that as a form of last resort that they utilize or have that flexibility. And then subsection D provides for salaries and benefits. And then subsection C would be the other requirements such as drug screening, the police and court clearance requirements, which would be expended out of the allocation by the U.S. Census Bureau for the conduct of the census. One particular aspect that I think was of a major concern with a number of our colleagues, even during the course of the public hearing, Madam Speaker, is that the temporary employees will not be provided benefits such as health insurance, medical insurance, aside from being provided a payment stipend. And the offset there and the justification was that rather than, first of all, other than the annual, there's going to be up to 8 individuals that will be employed for a 1-year time frame. Those individuals will be provided benefits. The field workers now when we're talking about anywhere between 700 to 800 individuals that will actually go out there and collect the census data and provide it to the 8 individuals who are working in the office. In that case, because they're recruited and hired for anywhere from 3 to 4 months in accumulating and acquiring all that information, they will be hired on a temporary basis. The offset that the Bureau of Statistics and Plans was able to negotiate with the U.S. Census Bureau, because there is a guideline and a restriction about compensating these individuals with benefits. But the offset negotiation by the Bureau of Statistics and Plans is that rather than paying them $13 an hour, that was increased to an average of a minimum of $16.70 an hour, so that in fact that would provide an additional incentive for these individuals to come in on a short-term basis. That, I think, is perhaps one of the biggest concerns that we may hear from our colleagues today in terms of looking at that mechanism, but always being mindful that these individuals will be recruited on a 3 or 4 month timeline, and that at least the Bureau of Statistics and Plans in Guam was able to negotiate that additional compensation package for any individual, that field workers that are recruited as a result of this process. So, Madam Speaker, I was also told, unless things have changed since last week, Friday, I was also told by representatives of the Bureau of Statistics and Plans that to date, they have not been able to successfully recruit individuals for the census, only because they're awaiting some flexibility to be provided by the government. And hopefully that flexibility would be in this legislative proposal. Yeah, and they were leaning towards this. They looked at the possibility of hiring someone out of the Chief Executive's office, even in an unclassified status, but I understand that they were having some difficulties getting concurrence from the U.S. Census Bureau. So I ask our colleagues to please provide consideration for this measure and allow for the adoption of this measure, so that in fact, yes, there will be 8 individuals who will be hired, and knowing full well that the funding source is very limited, because by October next year, the census tabulations and all that information should have been completed by that particular timeline, and that the funding source would carry up into that time frame. And when we're talking about the additional $9.8 million, I think that's additional funding that could be invested into our community. And I ask our colleagues to consider that. Before I release the mic for possible additional discussions, Madam Speaker, if I can just make a slight correction here, please, with your consideration. And that is on section 2, on page 3, it really should read a new subsection 1209.1.1 is added to Article 2. It should read Article 2 of Chapter 1. So with that correction, correspondingly, the title would be corrected accordingly. So it should read on line 3, page 3, is added to Article 2 rather than Article 1. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to move for that particular amendment, and I look forward to a lively discussion, and I ask our colleagues to please consider the adoption of this particular measure. Thank you,
On
Madam
the
Speaker.
amendment, are there any objections? No objections, and so ordered. On the main motion, is there anyone who would like to speak? Senator Guthrie, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Madam Speaker, colleagues, good morning. This is a very important bill because it will allow us to develop a core of individuals to work with the census project that is fast approaching. And in my discussions with the Bureau of Planning, this could result in as much as $10 million in funds circulating in our community at a most important time, because there is money behind the census, and it will allow the government on a temporary basis to pull in a number of individuals, competent individuals, interested individuals who wish to participate as census takers and in other capacities for this project. The bill is important because it would provide a mechanism to support this initiative. And I think it's important for us to try to support a census that will adequately identify the population of Guam and the various modalities we find in our population today, because it is the census statistics verified nationally by the federal agencies involved that helps us make strong cases for various programs that we offer on Guam in a partnership with the federal government. So I would urge my colleagues to vocally support this bill so that the preparations for the census can begin, and so we can move forward in gathering the data that is so essential for planning purposes on our island, and to make a case for various programs that we have in the community that is supported with activities and grants from the federal government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Gutherts. Is there anybody else like to speak in the main motion? So in the motion then, okay, I see some hands now. Okay, the hands that I saw are Rector, Tenorio, and Barnes. So, yes, Senator Rector is first. So, Senator Rector, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I commend the author of this bill for working and figuring out how we can get this census program going. As we know, and previous speakers stated, that how important it is for us as decision makers, for us as a public structure and a government, to have good, reliable data so that we can make the best decisions possible to benefit our people. I don't think anyone can argue with that. At least I hope no one can argue with it. Making decisions in a vacuum are never the best decisions that we could possibly make. Sometimes we get lucky, sometimes we don't. Data, data, data is very critical on these type of things. And we see that even today. Like in our public structure, we're having trouble getting reliable data and reliable reports and reliable unemployment stats, reliable employment stats, reliable census stats that we need every day. And that's one of the things that troubles me about this. We have this long list of unclassified positions in this bill. The local census officer manager, assistant manager for administration, assistant manager for office operations, assistant manager for field operations, geographic specialist, administrative assistant, access controller, office operations supervisor, field operations supervisor. Now, I can see hiring people out in the field in an unclassified temporary position. But what I can't see is making these positions unclassified. We need these kind of personnel, and if we're going to hire the quality of personnel that we want to have a good study, who's going to take a temporary job for a year? Somebody that can't find a job anywhere else? People need to have jobs that they can build families on, that they can buy houses on, that they can build a future and a career on. And this doesn't do it. And it's quite upsetting to me. These positions, while they might be funded under the U.S. Census Bureau now, I say we need them all the time. I say we need the Bureau of Statistics and Planning constantly needs, they're understaffed and underfunded, and they need to get out better reports for the people, better reports for us, better reports for the governor, better reports for everyone on our island so that we can make better decisions. So with that, I am going to make a very quick amendment to this, which would be to delete the word unclassified on line 11, page 3, and replace it with classified.
What line?
On line 11 of page 3. It says the list of unclassified positions, and I just move that we replace unclassified with classified.
On the motion, is there anyone who'd like to speak on it? Where's the author too as well? I think the author needs to be here.
No objection.
No. The amendment is, and I know that the author can speak at any other time, but the amendment by Senator Rector then on page 3, line 11, is to, where it says unclassified, to make them classified. On the motion, on the amendment, Senator Uggan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all due respect to our colleague, I think he has some good intentions, but in this case, I think one of the things that we also have to be very mindful of is the temporary funding source. We're talking about, I stand corrected, I just was correcting my figures, $9.3 million for the total conduct of this particular census. Now, that being the case, then even the temporary workers, changing them into a classified status for 3 or 4 months, then obviously the government would have to be committed in terms of finding those resources. And I don't know if my good Speaker Pangilinan, the chair of the Finance Committee, would yield to that. But because that's going to require some additional resources that we did not incorporate into the fiscal year 2010 budget. But Madam Speaker, with all due respect to our colleague, I would have to stand in opposition of that, only because in recognition of the short-term funding source, and also understanding that in many cases, 700 to 800 individuals will be recruited as enumerators and field workers for a very short period of time, 3 to 4 months. And I think in that, recognizing that, unless the government is in need of these additional personnel in other locations, then certainly I'm going to have to object on that particular amendment at this time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Ada.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the amendment to change the positions from an unclassified to classified positions. And the mover of the amendment suggested that if the positions are unclassified, who's going to want to work? Who's going to want to come and fill these positions? And I feel that there's actually people out there who have maybe retirees that this is an opportunity that appears attractive to them. You go in there, you do the work for which they are capable of doing, and then go back and either go back into retirement or find something else to do. There are also people out there who are very capable of filling these positions, who really, they've set themselves a salary, an income objective for the year, and if it means going from job to job to job to attain that income objective, then certainly there are those people. And so, I'm not convinced that if we make this unclassified or temporary positions that people are not going to flock to it. This is somewhat different from yesterday's argument in a bill which proposed to hire employees in a temporary position. The concern there about making it a temporary kind of job is that then they become more susceptible to the bribes, especially, or corruption, especially in the kind of work that they're going to be doing, because of course they're going to be looking for their livelihood. But we cannot discount the fact that there are people out there who actually, that's how they earn their income, just going from one income opportunity to the next, and they are actually well qualified to be able to do that. So for those reasons, and because of the fact that the funding source is going to be temporary, then the only way that I will support that is if we identify now then how these people are going to be funded subsequently. Otherwise, if the money source is temporary, then the job tenure should also be temporary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Ada. Senator Tina Rose Munya Barnes, you're recognized.
Madam Speaker, I was raising my hand on the main motion, but since you called my name, I'll go ahead and share, though I understand the full intent of my good colleague from Canada in reference to his sentiments. I too would have to agree with the previous speaker from Manila and share his sentiments and object to at least that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Barnes. On the Rector amendment, Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure of the amendment itself, whether there may be another way of structuring the employment to achieve what we want, and that is to get these individuals who get employed by the government of Guam. I don't care where the money comes from. These people are doing a function that the government of Guam would be doing on behalf of, or the federal government would be doing, and the government of Guam is doing it on their behalf and administering the program. So, you know, it really is, again, goes to show you of this federal government's insensitivity to the communities that they work with. I mean, to just come in and say now, if you want to do it this way, you don't get the money. You know, if you want to provide for your people, you don't get the money. If you want to make sure that your people are covered with health insurance, you don't get the money. We're going to find somebody else who'll do it for us where they don't get the money. They just get the money and they put it in their profit line instead. You know, if they could do it and give a profit margin to these private companies, I just don't understand the federal government's position that instead of a profit margin, let's put it in benefits for the employees. It's a function that needs to occur, that is a responsibility of the federal government. We're trying to work on a partnership, but yet the partnership is completely on their terms. To the extent that now we have to create a brand new position. We already have unclassifieds in the government of Guam, but now we have this brand new position called unclassified census. And unclassified census means that only certain individuals under that program are going to qualify for benefits. And that's, to me, comes to like, you know, well, maybe we should, why can't we say, okay, they say you need 30 enumerators. Well, we're going to pay 20 enumerators and take 10 and transfer it to benefits. But even that, they're saying, no, you can't do that. Even if we kind of supplement maybe some of that, we're already supplementing the management of this program from our own local dollars with personnel that oversee the operation of the program within our government. And so I understand what we're trying to do, but I'm just not sure if the only intention here, and I guess that's it, the only intention is that we're now going to provide benefits for basically just upper management, the people who are paid the $38,000, $35,000, $72,000. Those guys are going to get benefits. And the people who get paid $32,000, $22,000 for 3 months or 4 months are not going to be covered. The good part is I see, of course, that they have at least included workman's compensation. But I'm not even sure how that works. What if somebody gets injured on the job and it extends beyond their employment, but it happened during their employment? So that somebody who gets injured on the job, who's on the payroll for 3 months, I don't even know, for example, whether if their injury and recover of injury is 6 months, does the government then get on the hook for the additional 3 months of workman's compensation benefits, or do we just drop them once again, even though they were injured on the job at the end of the 3 months because the funding source ran out? I want to get that kind of question answered for these individuals. And so, you know, we talked about, well, then let's give them under contract so that at least these people can earn some Social Security quarters or whatever. And they're saying, no, that's too much because now they have to pay GRT and the $32,000 salary and so forth. And it means less money in their pocket. But it also means more benefits for them down the line. And we may attract an individual who needs a couple of quarters or 1 quarter of Social Security in order to qualify for benefits. But at least he gains something from it other than just the cash payout that disappears after the cash is gone. So I may not be in favor of the classified position because I just think we've got to be able to structure this some other way. And, you know, are we pushing enough? Are we working with the Census Bureau, pushing enough to say, look, these are how we want to treat our workers. These are the things that we feel are important when somebody signs off to become a public servant? And are we negotiating on the behalf of the employees we want to bring on board hard enough on this issue? You know, we keep getting told that nope, they say no, they say no, they say. Well, they also said no to extension on the EIS until we push, and when we stood our ground a little bit, you know, and again, it may not be logical and even practical to just say now we're going to put an employee in there, build an expectation of that employee and bringing him on in a classified position, knowing that the funding source is going to last for only 3 months, and building that expectation. That may even be more cruel to that employee, because now what do you do afterwards? If you bring them on in that kind of position, you can caveat their GG1 to funding. So every employee is subject to the availability of funding, basically, in this government, you know, and then you have a pecking order for how do you meet that requirement. So I don't know that we fully understand, I certainly don't fully understand the ramifications of putting somebody on unclassified with the full knowledge that I don't have the money to pay them, you know, beyond that. So in that respect, I'm not sure I support the amendment, but I also wanted to point out some of those considerations with regards to trying to provide these individuals a measure of protection while they're doing the job, understanding what the requirements are, what happens, you know, with what if questions. What if somebody gets injured on a job that takes a 60-day or a 6-month recovery period, but their funding for their job lasts only 60 days, do they get cut off? So I'm certain the chairman's listening to those questions, and the individuals in the Bureau are listening, and perhaps they'll give us some of those answers if they even thought about them, and have they played those scenarios out with regards to the situation. And why can't we carve out? And I ask them this, and they just keep telling me, no, the Bureau says no, the Bureau says no, the Bureau says no. You know, well, we got to get to yes somewhere in order to vote for this bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. Are there any other speakers on the amendment? The author, do you want to close? The mover of the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I would like to close on the amendment. Look, does this mean nobody's going to apply for the jobs that are unclassified? No, there are many, many, many people on our island that are desperate for work, desperate for jobs. So will there be people applying? Of course there will. I just went to a job fair where people were lining up all over the place to apply. Good God, I mean, our people are so underpaid and so desperate for a decent career. Do you know the majority of people on Guam earn below $11 an hour? $11 an hour. Shoot, if you earn below $13.40 an hour, you qualify for food stamps if you have a family. It's by doing this, by creating all these temporary positions under the government of Guam, I believe we are truly doing a disservice to all of these workers. To make them classified, to make careers that are going to benefit our people, that are going to create family-friendly jobs, that someone can raise a family, can plan a family, can start going forward and being a productive member of our society, and having a way they can participate fully in our economy as opposed to jumping from job to job because that's all they can do. Just because people are desperate and have to jump from job to try and feed their family doesn't make it right. It's our job in this legislature to try and make it right. Now, if we don't make these government jobs and they plan it out and they farm it out to the private sector, in this case, that would be better for the employees. Because in the private sector, they can negotiate with the government. Obviously, we don't seem to be very effective in negotiating with the federal government. If we have to keep saying, oh, well, that's what you're going to get, okay, we'll take it, right? On another, following on that line of thought, if these aren't classified employees and it goes to a private contractor, all of a sudden it falls under the Service Contract Act, which is federal procurement law that allows those employees the benefit of organizing and negotiating their wages, which is a pass-through provision to the federal government, and negotiating their benefits, which is a pass-through provision for the federal government. So all of a sudden, they can raise their standards of living, and they can move forward. So what are we going to do? Do we want to make this a GovGuam program? Now, it's funny for the folks that are generally like very keen on outsourcing and privatizing, but for some reason, we don't want to outsource and privatize this. We want to make it a GovGuam function and make it a bad GovGuam function with unclassified jobs and temporary jobs with little or no protection for these folks and no future for them. So, yeah, should they be classified positions? If we're hiring people in the government of Guam, we should give them decent, fair jobs with benefits, with a future. If we can't do that for our own people, for the people that we say are government of Guam employees, for the people that we hire, how can we expect anybody in the private sector to follow along and do the same? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Rector. Since there are objections, I'm going to call for the vote then. So those in favor of Senator Rector's amendment to make the positions classified, please raise your hand. Motion fails. Amendment fails. I have now Senator Tenorio.
Madam Speaker, I believe I still have the floor. Just because I made the amendment, I'm still talking on the main bill.
Okay, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be brief. At least I'll try to be as brief as I possibly can. Yes, once again, can there be a better way? Yes, there can be a better way. Now, maybe classifying all of these positions might not be the right way. And that was a pretty off-the-cuff classification amendment. And it really wouldn't have done the job because there's somewhere else in the bill that says that all the positions are unclassified. We would have to amend that as well. But just because it's in front of us, just because we got our hands out and people want the federal dollars for some reason to move through our coffers, which kind of concerns me. Why do we want this money to come through our coffers if it's not going to benefit the government of Guam? If we're doing it just so we can provide jobs, someone else can just provide those jobs. See, that's kind of interesting to me, and so there's questions I need to have answered before I could even come close to supporting this bill. We really need to start planning good jobs, good careers, and building an economy on Guam that works for all of our families, and making federal dollars that come onto our island flow through the pockets of workers and families so that our entire economy grows, not just putting into the pockets of the rich and powerful so they can keep getting richer and powerful at the expense of the rest of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Rector. Senator Tenorio then on the main motion.
Thank you and good morning, Madam
Good
Speaker.
morning.
And to my colleagues. It's really interesting to see the debate on this particular matter, and of course we know that the census is going to be a pivotal point, as it is every single decade, on the actual number of residents of Guam and how those residents demographically have their statistics lay out. How many FAS citizens are here? We've recently done a survey of that, and that has proven to be helpful, hopefully, in the effort to try to make sure that the government of Guam receives commensurate monies which are due to it as a result of the FAS citizens. Our good colleague from Barragata is, of course, one of the tips of the spear with regards to that conversation. But this also will go far, and I applaud the author, and I commend him for the work that he's doing with regards to this bill. And I, of course, stand in support of the bill. I do want to ask that we be cautious. There is a, on page 4, line 20, I'm going to ask for an amendment which I've authored and passed around to all of my colleagues, which will ensure that these government employees which are envisioned in this act to be working on the census shall be doing it not at the expense of the people of Guam and not at the expense of their colleagues or their co-workers within the government offices. And that would be that you add the language, nor shall the employee be authorized any sick, annual, administrative, or other leave to perform such census work. And that it will end that sentence. And if I may continue speaking on the amendment. Madam Speaker, we've heard time and time and time again, whether you're dealing with the Guam Police, whether you're dealing with the Guam Fire, whether you're dealing with the Department of Education, whether you're dealing with the Public Health, any given number of agencies, always their decry is, we do not have enough people. We need more people. And when we have the census and we envision the potential of a government employee, in fact, assisting in that regard, we need to do it at making sure it's not at the expense of the people of Guam, and it's not at the expense of their colleagues, their coworkers, who are going to be asked to take up the burden that they currently carry. They're filling a slot within the government agency for a reason. They're either a clerk or any given number of classification of employee, and I don't envision making it the responsibility of the other workers of that agency to carry the burden that they're going to be vacating while they're doing the census work. So if they're going to be doing this work, they should be doing it at their own time, like they do in many other professions. You'll find someone doing part-time work. They'll find someone doing doing some business on the side. But that's something that doesn't take away or detract from their government service. I think that's an important provision here. I think it's actually fundamental to making sure that we're not taking away government dollars from one employee so that he can go and get another job somewhere else. And I think many of our colleagues have spoken similarly on related matters, dealing especially with those who are in the military service. So I ask my colleagues to support this amendment so that if an employee is going to be doing this work for the census, which is an important endeavor for the people of Guam and every person throughout our country, that we need to do it on their own time and not at the expense of the people of Guam. Jesus Masi.
Thank you very much, Senator Tenorio. On the Tenorio amendment, Senator Palacios, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Tenorio amendment. While there is law right now that government of Guam cannot sign leave of some kind and then engage in outside employment, but because this would be a function, the census function can be likened to a government function, just to make sure that incumbent government of Guam employees do not sign annual leave or sick leave and leave their job vacant and then go and do this census work. And so this amendment will make sure that that doesn't happen. And in that light, I support the amendment. It is a good amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Is there anyone who would like to speak on the Tenorio amendment? Are there any objections to the amendment? No objections to the Tenorio amendment, so ordered. I have Senator Barnes on the list to speak on the main motion. Which one? It passed. Yes, and I called it twice. I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I stand and rise in full support of this bill. 116 is authored by Senator Frank Ogden, and I applaud the author for his efforts in pushing this legislation forward. Some of the concerns, Mr. Speaker, that came up in reference to this was those who were picked up for this short term based on a need for collecting this data. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, this data was done. We did it 10 years ago, and back then I think the total salary that was given by the feds were like $5 million. Now, based on what the author of the legislation said, it's $9 million this time around to do this decennial census. And I think one of the concerns that came up was insurance and protecting the employees that were picked up for this short period of time. And as I was talking to some of the folks from Bureau of Plans and Statistics and those that are here in reference to this project from the U.S. Census Bureau, there was noted that if there was any kind of injury on the job based on those who were working the field, going out to enumerate and trying to collect the data, that there definitely was protection there for them. And that went through the workman's compensation. And of course, all the full-time employees that would be picked up for this position will still go through the merit system through this government and also have the benefits applied to them. So for me, when it comes to the concerns of making sure that those employees that will be picked up for this short period of time based on the funds that are allocated for this specific project, that protection of protocol is put in place for the safety for the employee. So I, Mr. Speaker, would like to say for the record that I stand in full support of this legislation, and I really hope that my colleagues take into consideration the need for having the need and the importance for this project, for this census to go through. So I want to thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of Sizus Masi.
I think Senator Pangilinan, according to the speaker, is next on the list, and then Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was just in consultation with the Bureau of Statistics and Plans and the census representative out here, and I needed to work out a couple more questions that I have with them.
I really do think that I noticed that everybody keeps running out and talking to them. And it would seem to me, and the speaker can correct me or overrule me if she wants, but this might be one of those situations where we resolve into the committee of the whole and bring them in here, because those of you that are being advised and the rest of us are not being informed of what these discussions are. It does no good to have one person out of 15 know what's happening and the rest of us are swimming in the dark.
I agree with you. I would have been willing to come right back and tell you what they tell me.
I understand, but I really do think all of us need to hear it firsthand.
For that purpose, it might be better. So I'll leave it up to the leadership's
all right, then
discretion.
On sua sponte, I will resolve into the committee of the whole and bring them in here, and we'll discuss this as a body.
morning, Senators. The Committee of the Whole is now called to session. I want to thank Vice Speaker Cruz for making the suggestion that we break into Committee of the Whole. And also, just for the information of the body, we do have representatives from the Bureau of Statistics and Plans who have made themselves available to be able to respond to any inquiries or any concerns regarding this particular measure. And on that note, I'd like to have Senator Tony Lamarina introduce himself as well as the individuals who are here, and then we can proceed with the question.
Thank you, Senator. To my left is Justin McLaughlin, who is our census advisor. To my right is Monica Guerrero, who heads our PIP section at BSP.
Thank you, Senator. The rules of engagement will be that every senator will be given an opportunity to be able to converse or to bring up questions for a time frame of 5 minutes. And I'm going to allow everyone, because I understand that there are a few questions that would like to be posed by individual senators. I will allow senators no more than 3 questions in any sequence within that 5 minutes, and then we proceed, and then we can come back to you and continue that process. Vice Speaker Cruz, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Senator Lamarina, in this bill, which I imagine you had some hand in, is there any reason why we're taking more or proposing to take more government of Guam employees out of their positions to work on this project?
Senator, I believe the way we crafted the bill was so that we allow the government of Guam employees in their off time to be able to participate. What had happened, has happened in past censuses is that there is a large turnover of enumerators. There are enumerators who work probably one day, they realize how difficult the work is, and they quit after one day. So we were concerned that the labor pool would not be sufficient. So what we did was we put an amendment there that would allow government workers and retirees to work, government workers on their off time, to work without having to affect, double dipping and so forth, but not for benefits to be paid. And likewise with the retirees, we would allow them to generate additional revenue. We know they're on a fixed income without adversely affecting their annuity structure with the retirement fund.
I understand that in the off hours, but my concern is that there are also numerous other positions that are office positions, or the top paid positions, the one that are running from from about $20 an hour
right
up to 35. It just seems to me, as was brought up earlier, we are already running around short-staffed in just about every single agency, because all the middle management and top management positions have people that are in the Guard or in the reserves, and they're going off to the war. And under ERISA, we're or whatever that
USERA,
we're required to honor that. This is not one of those laws that requires us to do that. And if a government employee is able to leave his position so that they can take a higher paying position for a short period of time, we've just shown that position in government is not necessary, and maybe we'll just have a listing and just abolish it in the next budget cycle. It just seems to me that, one, as I told the chairman, I wanted to make sure that everybody had insurance, because it seemed that with the country going forward with the health insurance, national health insurance, that we're going to be establishing something where there's no health insurance. Makes absolutely no sense to me. I mean, if this was 20 years ago, maybe, but this is 2009, and the big national discussion is health insurance, and we're going to be having employees without health insurance. I'm adamantly opposed to that. We've got to figure out a way that everybody is insured. I mean, we're even making sure that we're telling the military that when they had their contracts here, that they can't do it without health insurance, and this does not ensure that. And since I'm almost in my third question in my 5 minutes, I just want to know why the insurance, and whether or not that it is absolutely necessary to have this provision of the GovGuam employees, or could we just make it clear that it's only for the enumerated positions after 6 o'clock in the evening. Because the way that it's written, some of you, some people at Bureau Statistics that aren't making 35 could, for 8 months, abandon your position and go do this. I guess that's my 3.
Thank you, Senator. As far as government employees, the rationale was not intended to have government of Guam employees leave their positions and come work for the census. Our intent was for the purposes of having present government of Guam employees after working hours being able to make additional money for their families to work on the census. And those positions would primarily be the enumerator, the temporary positions, which are about 3 to 4 months at the most. So insofar as the management positions, those are annual positions. There was not an intent. Although, I do have staff at the Bureau who have been working on the census for the past 3 years, working on the Census Bureau. And, they do have institutional knowledge, and if detailing is a possibility, but the intent was never for government of Guam employees to leave their present positions and work for the Census Bureau. It was to allow them to work after hours in the temporary positions as enumerators. Insofar as health insurance, again, the Census Bureau, when working with them, said that they would not pay for health insurance for the temporary workers. They did say they would pay for health insurance, annual leave, and sick leave for the managers and some of the 1-year positions, but for the 3-month positions, that they would not be able to accommodate the expenses, or will not accommodate the expenses for those benefits.
Thank you, Vice Speaker
And Justin
Cruz.
can respond to that if.
Justin?
Yeah, I mean, Senator Cruz, the census, the decennial census, as you're probably aware, is about the single largest peacetime operation taken on by the federal government, which employs about 1 million people across all of the operations. And Guam actually stands alone in terms of getting any benefits for their management team. So it would be a bit of a precedent setting to begin to cover all employees here, and it's something that we're not willing to do at this time.
I mean, I understand that because I've applied for, in some of the nonprofits I belong to, they're still saying no benefits.
Right.
And it shocks me that the same administration that's trying to get health care universal is saying, those of you that are going to work for us for the next year, tough. Take your $16 that we're giving you, pay it all to the hospital, and tough. You've disqualified yourself from any Medicaid or MIP, and so go into bankruptcy.
I don't think that's the message that's being sent, sir. The vast majority of these employees are going to be employed for approximately 40 working days. I mean, I think that it's a very short-term operation.
Thank you, Vice Speaker Cruz. Speaker Pangilinan?
I'm sorry, I thought it was a 3-month position. That would be 90 days.
40 working days.
Oh, 40 working
Right.
days. Okay. Just how is the contract structured, and how did the government of Guam enter into a contract to provide employees that it's not legally able to provide?
Well, Senator, in the past censuses, it was an MOA that the government of Guam entered with the Census Bureau, and this year, their attorneys, their legal counsel, and I guess Justin can elaborate even further. That
I'm more interested in what the governor's legal counsel or the attorney general told him, because if this is a contract, it had to be signed by the attorney general. And what did what are the elements of the contract? Did the contract say, enumerate these positions and say how much they're going to be paid, and then which positions get benefits and which positions don't? Is that part of the contract, or is this something that's totally brand new after you sign the contract?
I believe the salaries were in there, in the contract, right? Yeah, the salary structure was in the contract.
The benefit structure as well?
And I'm trying to remember, because it was just the salary structure was in the contract. But the Census Bureau did state and have stated in the past that they don't pay benefits.
I understand,
that's
but what's in the
standard.
contract? They can say anything, but we have a contract. That's what our obligation is, to provide them the services that they've contracted for. And my question to you is, how is the government of Guam going to provide those services in conformance with that contract? Was it able to do so? Could it have done so? Is it able to do so now without this bill?
I guess at the time, Senator, when we were reviewing the various legislations, we did not come across, we were looking at how the last census was conducted and how the Civil Service Commission created these temporary positions. Now, because the Civil Service Commission no longer exists, we then found out that we would not be able to hire individuals based upon the present structure, that we would have to come to the legislature to establish those positions.
Well, the Civil Service Commission doesn't exist, but the function of the Civil Service Commission for that purpose rests now with DOA. So to say that you don't know, that you couldn't do it any other way because the Civil Service Commission doesn't exist, it still exists, and that function that would guide your employment of these individuals is at DOA now.
Right.
So what did they say?
Yeah, let me have Monica talk to that, because Monica dealt directly with the Department of Administration.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. I spoke with, I believe, the Assistant Administrator for Department of Administration's Human Resources, Ms. Rose Cruz, and she had pointed out to me that according to the memo from the Civil Service at that time in 2000, she received a memo that at the conclusion of the 2000 census, all census positions that were established will be abolished. And that's what the information that we had received from DOA. Yes, and that
was that before or after the contract was signed?
It was just a memo after the 2000 census. She had found that memo. It's with DOA.
But were you aware of that memo before or after you signed the contract? The government of Guam.
They told us after.
After.
Yes. It was just a piece of a paper, a memo that we were informed from DOA.
Is that legal for the Civil Service Commission to abolish positions?
Department of Administration had informed us that.
I'm confused because I can't see how I may be limited.
We can provide you a copy of the memo from Department of Administration.
I can't see under what authority the Civil Service Commission can abolish positions, but...
Yes, we were informed from them, yes.
Okay, all right. So you decided to move forward. If those positions were still in place, what would be the practice?
We would follow the practice as of the past census, which would, we were able to hire employees.
With benefits?
The way the Census Bureau stated, even in the 2000 census, that they would not pay benefits as well. So, But what happened was in the prior administration, the administration did pay benefits, and obviously the Census Bureau wasn't happy with it. So this time around, they really stipulated that they will not pay benefits.
Okay.
So,
how much was paid in benefits? How much? What are we talking about?
We'll have to check.
You mean what the total cost of management benefits are?
No, not in 2000. In 2000.
Forgive me.
Yeah, we have to.
Okay. Again, Mr. Lamrena, why isn't the Department of Administration able to establish these positions?
Again, Monica, can you answer that? Monica is the one that worked very closely with the DOA. So.
Why isn't the Department of Administration able to establish these positions?
Able to establish these existing positions, or
The positions you need.
Oh, these were the positions that have been established from prior censuses. There are still some new positions based on, I believe, since 9/11, such as the security guard and the access controller. And so all positions are pretty much the same as in past censuses. The same position titles.
I think to your question, it has specifically to do with the fact that there are no positions in existence which allow for the pay levels associated with the positions that we would like to have created, and those positions specifically tailored for census-related activities.
Yes, but if the Department of Administration can establish those positions by operation of law, which allows them to establish positions, why couldn't they do that? Or are you saying they can't? Okay, I think I've exhausted my 3 questions.
Thank you, Speaker Pangilinan. And I had a sidebar with Mr. McLaughlin just a minute ago, and in the 2000 census, it's his understanding that the government had stepped in and provided the additional benefits costs at that time. So.
Yeah, I think we'd need to get some clarification on that point.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker Pangilinan. Senator Respicio, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to know, to what extent did you get any legal guidance from the Attorney General's office or from the Governor's Legal Counsel? Because, you know, on the face of this thing, it looks like these are seasonal workers which could be covered by a contract. And any hiring provision so far that I can recall, as long as the funding source is 100% federally funded, I don't recall any prohibitions to hiring in that area. But if we're looking at or people that are going to be employed just to do the census, couldn't you argue that that should be considered a seasonal contract worker? And then on page 4, Mr. Chairman, section C, we're just restating what's already in existing law with respect to the authorization for outside employment. I mean, have you guys been, I just want to know, I know you communicated with someone at DOA. I know you're attempting to do due diligence by seeing what authority you have to do this, but have you communicated with the Attorney General? Because I'm not sure that something like this is even necessary. Your funding source is 100% federally funded. It's a U.S. Census program. There's no hiring restrictions with 100% federally funded positions. And what are we doing here? And you guys, the administration comes back and says we're losing all this money because we need this bill to become law in order to do this kind of function. Can you give me some evidence that demonstrates that clearly you're up against a wall where you can't absolutely penetrate on your own? I believe the administration, the governor, has the wherewithal to implement this kind of. The census program is a seasonal program, so it's clear that they're contract workers.
Again, Senator, we worked with DOA, and you know, this is the reason this legislation was written was primarily at the advice of DOA, and so we're working very closely with their personnel division.
And you really think we need to pass a law that says individuals employed with the government of Guam must obtain approval for outside employment from their respective department agency prior to the employment of the program pursuant to Title IV, Chapter 4, Article 1 of GCA? Do you really believe that language is necessary to pass a law to say you have to follow another law?
Yeah, again, the intent, Senator, was to allow government of Guam employees to work on their off time, and we just again wanted to when we worked with DOA on this, they just, I guess, wanted to be redundant to make sure that they were covered on that. And you're right, it is already an existing law, but I guess
now it makes sense why you don't implement half the laws that I've been a sponsor to. Maybe we have to pass another law to say follow those laws. I think you're really taking up unnecessary time from this legislature, and you're asking us to do things that you already have the resources to do, that the governor has the authority to do. I just think this bill is not necessary. Unless you can prove to me otherwise, this bill is not necessary. It's absolutely unnecessary to do something like this where it's 100% federally funded, where you have the authority to hire contract workers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Specio. Justin?
Senator, I guess the one thing that I would add to that is our discussions from, I guess, a couple of months back leading up to now with DOA have led us all to believe that there were not existing provisions to allow for the creation of these positions, and that's why we sit before you
Is there not
today.
a provision to hire contract employees or seasonal contract workers if the funding source is federally funded? Or isn't there not a provision to create these positions through the Department of Administration?
In my discussion with, we've discussed with Department of Labor, one of the administration, I believe it's a wage and hour, the possibility of contract. We looked into that issue. Mr. Kinata had mentioned that if you're going through the route of the contract, you would have to go, he mentioned about the Service Contract Act, which does allow for benefits. And with regard to this funded program, there are no benefits generally for most of the staff involved in this project.
So all contracts, service contracts with the government of Guam must be accompanied by benefits?
No, it was mentioning that the Service Contract Act, in our understanding, allows for benefits.
Did you go beyond these employees at Labor or Administration to ask the Attorney General what kind of existing prohibitions there are in Guam law that would prevent the hiring of these individuals?
No, Senator, we didn't go to the AG's office. We felt that the expertise from DOA personnel and Department of Labor was sufficient.
And you also felt that the Civil Service Commission was abolished and they're no longer able to create positions.
Again, that was based upon DOA's...
the same experts that said that something like this would have to be legislated.
Yes, that's our understanding, Senator.
Well, unless you can demonstrate to me that you do not have the resources, the wherewithal to implement something like this, I can't support this bill. I can't support a bill, no disrespect to the chairman, I can't support a bill that says we're going to pass a bill and then it becomes law, you follow an existing law. I just don't think our Guam Code annotated should be cluttered with these kinds of things. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Specio. Any other questions or comments? Senator Rector, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to follow up on a quick comment that you made, ma'am. So it's my understanding that what you just said is one of the reasons we signed this MOU and that you want this piece of legislation passed is so that you can get around the Service Contract Act and not provide these workers benefits. Is that correct?
No, we never said that.
Then what was your reference to the Service Contract Act? Could you re-explain that to me?
My understanding with the Department of Labor is that you mentioned that there was benefits involved.
Yes. And for folks that don't know what we're talking about, the Service Contract Act is federal law, correct? And that's the Service Contract Act you're talking about, correct? Yes. The Service Contract Act says that if you're contracted, if a contractor is contracted with the federal government, which I assume Gov Guam is a contractor of the federal government, it gives these workers all kinds of certain protections. And so it seems to me, and what you said, and you're going to need to correct me if I'm wrong, but you think that by going through this process of passing this bill, somehow we're going to allow the federal government to shirk their responsibilities to these workers and go around the Service Contract Act so that we can put our people to work without the full benefits of every American. Tell me if I'm wrong, and how so?
Again, Senator, I believe, as we stated earlier, the managers' positions, some of the one-year positions will receive benefits. The primary focus was for the 3-month employees, the 40-day employees, which are enumerators, that the Census Bureau said that they would not fund benefits for those individuals. So, if that's the way you're putting it, then yes. But again, is primarily targeted to those individuals who would only be working for a very temporary period, doing the enumeration for the Census Bureau.
So the air clears. So then the trick is we want to allow the federal government to shirk their responsibility. How many of these enumerators do we plan on hiring?
Approximately 400.
Approximately 400. So to shirk their responsibility to 400 of our citizens and pass their health care burden on to the rest of us. Each and every one of us in this room, each and every citizen on this island that pays taxes, 75% of the people that go to our hospital do not have the money to pay their bills. So who ends up paying it? Us. Now, why are we going to pay the health care bills for federal workers under a contract? Why would I support a piece of legislation that allows the federal government to get around their own laws covering our people? That's just insane. And what's even more insane to me is that anybody would even propose this, that the administration would propose this. This is embarrassing to me. And, when I look at it, then I see this whole thing of like allowing Guam workers to get some of these jobs, and the way this bill's set up, it smacks of political favoritism and cronyism. Because if they aren't going through the merit system protection and who gets hired for these jobs, basically who's ever in charge, and I suppose that would be you, Senator Lamarena, would be able to say, okay, you can have it, you can have it, you can have it, and can dish out political favors and dish out political jobs to their friends and family, as opposed to going through merit system protection so that we know that people get the jobs because they went through the process and got what they were supposed to get, because they deserved it, not because they I don't even want to go into what they might have done to get the job or what they might need to do. That too is appalling to me, that we should even be considering more cronyism in our system. And then, last but not least, so last time we did this, benefits were paid to the workers. Is that correct? Did you say that?
Benefits were paid, although not at the advice and consent of the Census Bureau. I don't know. We tried to find expense reports from the last census. We don't know. Yes, benefits were paid, but we don't know if it was paid by the government of Guam or by the Census Bureau. Although all we know is that when working with the Census Bureau this time around, they did stress that no benefits shall be paid. So we don't know if in fact the government of Guam covered the benefits last time. You have to remember the census was conducted by the now defunct Department of Commerce. So a lot of the records, Monica was just telling me that we don't have financial records of the 2000 census, and so we can't even do a comparison on that. So.
Speaker Pangilinan, you have a point of information?
Yeah. 10 years ago, there was no Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce, I think, was abolished in 1993 or merged in either 93 or 94. So the 2010 was done under the Bureau of Statistics, Bureau of Planning, wasn't it?
I wasn't there, so.
I'm sorry, the last census was done under the Department of Commerce at that time. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Yes, it was under Becky Lujan, who was the director at that time, and it was handled by the governor's office. And the governor's office had hired his own management team. I'm sorry. Yes, that's correct, sir. Yes, but it was hired through the governor's office. Yes, but it went directly to the governor's office, and at that time, the Bureau played minimal, if no part. The governor's management team handled the census.
Sorry about that, Senator. I don't have that history behind me, so that's why I turned to Monica.
Thank you, Speaker Franklin. Senator Rector, you still have the floor.
Thank you. See, one way or another, if the federal government doesn't pay for their benefits, the people of Guam end up paying for their benefits anyway, just like we do for every uninsured person that goes to our hospital, except we pay more. Because when you have to go to the emergency room to get health care, it costs everybody more as opposed to having insurance and having preventative maintenance so that they can go to a regular doctor or a clinic. So we get to this situation where it seems to me that somehow this administration is trying to help the federal government screw the people of Guam out of decent health care. And that's just insane to me, especially when the Congress just introduced a bill that said that every American will be covered by health insurance. It has mandatory health insurance requirements, and yet the federal government is coming to us saying, well, that's okay for the other Americans, just not for the second-class citizens here on Guam. That's just disgusting to me. And what's even more disgusting is that our own people will try to help them in this process. I'm sorry, you would have to do a whole heck of a lot more justification to me than that to find out how you could even think about doing this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Rector. Senator Palacios, you're recognized. Just a minute, Senator Palacios. I'm sorry, Senator Lamer.
Senator Rector, just to let you know again, I don't appreciate accusations being thrown at me insofar as trying to screw the people of Guam. But in our talks with the Census Bureau, we did and we always pushed for benefits for all the employees. I want to let you know that we did fight for the employees that the benefits be provided, but the Census Bureau said they would not provide them. We did manage to get it for the management team because they're one-year employees, but insofar as the temporary positions that were 40, 50-day positions, they would not cover that. So we did try as much as possible to include benefits for everyone, just to let you know.
And just to back Tony up on that, that has been the case, and our position remains the same.
And if I also may add, we were informed by the Census Bureau that none of the other areas, they have no benefits, not even in the mainland.
Correct.
There are no benefits.
No benefits
Guam
for
is the only
management
one
staff either.
that has benefits for the management staff.
Thank you, folks. Senator Palacios, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question, Mr. Chairman, maybe from the individual that administers the federal money. I understand that federal grant is to pay for this. The conduct of the conducting of the census, the performance of that task, must it be by the government of Guam, or could the funds actually pay to be paid a contractor, a private contractor, meaning that such funds, or in this case the government, the federal government, I want to know whether the government of Guam is precluded from finding another so-called quote-unquote contractor to do the census.
I would have to get back to you on the specifics, Senator. I can tell you it was certainly not the intention.
I understand, but I just want to see. I want to get this into the right perspective. That here, the government of Guam now is offered the opportunity to administer this, and then of course hire people with these benefits and so forth. But I would like it known publicly that this money does not have to be confined to paying the government of Guam. In other words, you can, the Bureau, rather the Federal Census Bureau, I ask you, can the Federal Census Bureau then maybe contract just any private company to do this?
As Tony and I were just speaking about a moment ago, it has traditionally been performed by the government.
But there's no law that prevents the Federal Census Bureau.
As I said a moment ago, I would have to get back to you on the
Okay.
specifics. I
Okay.
can tell you, in terms of intent, that was not our intent.
I understand, and of course I appreciate that.
Sure.
And this is to try to maybe appreciate more the fact that at least the government of Guam is offered to do this.
Right.
And the Federal Bureau of Census has no intention of giving it to a private enterprise.
Right. I mean,
And-
I can tell you, and we've been discussing,
Yes.
a great deal about census operations and the positions and health benefits and that sort of thing. From our perspective, where we are right now, we're already behind in our operations. Operations were supposed to begin.
I understand.
We're supposed to begin employing people as of 1
I
October. So as it stands, we're already behind the curve. So it's our hope, to move as smoothly as possible.
One last comment. Looking at the, I guess the suggested hourly rate here, it is my observation that this rates reflect already what is called the prevailing wage and everything else, so that a person who is hired on a 3-month basis, for example, would have built into the salary what that person would have earned in benefit over a 12-month period. I mean, they call that
A living wage?
Yeah, yes. So that individual that are hired for less than 12 months a year would have to be factored in certain percentage into the wages, as if you're giving them that benefit, insurance benefit, retirement benefit on a daily basis by increasing the hourly. I'm familiar with this. I don't know what the term is, but any contract with any federal government would have to factor this in for short-term employment. And I think that's I don't know I forgot I think the term that's used. It's similar to the prevailing wage, and so that I think that the rate reflected here already take into consideration the fact that they would not be earning annually for sick leave or those things, but the hourly, it's built into the hourly basis. So that's why the hourly is, for example, the lowest is $13 an hour for a clerk.
Correct.
And for an interpreter, it's $25 and so on and so forth.
And for the vast majority of the positions, for the enumerator positions, were $16.88 is the number.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Palacios. Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, can I just have some information? Thank you. Because I like to do a comparison from, what it was the last time this census was conducted. How much did we pay the enumerators?
$12.
And you said the $12 was with benefits.
That I cannot answer at the moment now.
You don't know then?
No,
for
we
sure.
just have the rate sheet.
How many enumerators then were hired?
At that time, approximately 700.
And what was the total amount that you had received federal dollars to conduct this?
Approximately 5.5 million.
Okay, so for this year, then we're looking at 1670.
1688.
Or 1688?
Yes.
88. And you're looking at hiring 1,000 enumerators?
If there were to be full-time, and if we hired an enumerator to stay on, and he stayed on for the duration of the course, we look to hiring about close to 400. But we anticipate, because of the high turnover, we expect a lot of these enumerators who are hired to not stay long at all. So we expect a high turnover.
So it's 400 then, is it?
Yes.
Compared to 700 the last time?
The 700 were hired, but is our understanding that they didn't stay for the duration. They were
Okay,
hired, but then they...
But the actual numbers that, so you're right, so you replaced those who had left.
Correct,
But
correct.
what then would the actual numbers be on a given day who are out there then, collecting the data?
The number would remain at the same level, approximately 400.
400.
Correct.
Okay. So you're anticipating that for this year, then the number could go up to 1,000 or up to 700?
Again, Senator, the number the positions that are available is 400, about 400. It's just that, again, the high turnover rate. Individuals don't realize how difficult it is to be an enumerator. They work one day and then they quit. So then we have to hire another person. So in a perfect world, if we had no turnover, we'd need about 400 enumerators. But because of, and this is very common even in the United States, we end up hiring, almost double of what we actually need because of that high turnover rate.
And what's the total amount you anticipate then receiving this year, or for this fiscal year?
I believe the census,
$9.3
million to conduct the census this year.
9.3. And you know how it is, I mean, is this just an amount that was just offered the government then to conduct the census, or was this based on a breakdown of, just like setting up a budget, how many individuals you're going to need, how much you're going to be paid, what the benefits are, supplies and materials that you need, mileage, all that?
Right. It was based on the latter, Senator. It was based upon actually a couple of things. Certainly informed by previous experience in the 2000 census, adjusted to incorporate programmatic changes along the way, and to reflect wages more current to the day. And the one thing I would add to that is, bear in mind, this is sort of a post-September 11 world in which there were additional security considerations from physical security all the way through data security that we had to factor into the budget.
So I don't understand. How is this Homeland Security somehow, involved here specifically?
Well, we have 3 positions that are dedicated to security that are built into the budget. One is the security officer, which is a full-time position that was slated to begin 1 October and would carry through to the end.
And the security officers will be, what are they going to be providing the security for?
For the building, for the data, and for the IT resources.
Okay. I'm just trying to make some sense, in terms of what was paid to each enumerator 10 years ago, and then what it is.
Right. Well, you mentioned mileage before too. I mean, certainly the mileage costs will have changed over the course of a 10-year period. Other things like telecommunications, utilities, the facility rental itself. These are things that certainly would show a degree of inflation over time.
So all those were also part of the budget 10 years ago? Facility, mileage, utility,
yes,
security, all those, the same things?
Security to a lesser extent.
Because, okay. Now, and what are the qualifications that you're looking at for these enumerators?
Do you have those handy?
They have to be 18 years of age at least, that first.
Right, 18 U.S. citizen, Social Security number.
The minimum qualifications that they must be at least 18 years of age, must have a driver's license and have their own transportation, must have a Social Security number, high school diploma or equivalent, and background check, and they must pass a written basic skills test.
And fluency in English.
Oh, okay. So
And fluency, must read, speak, and write in English.
okay.
Senator, we also managed to ask the Census Bureau to also cover the cost of the court clearance and police clearance for the applicants, so that they will cover that, and that's what raised some of the costs to conduct the census.
Now, I was just looking at, the internet to look at the different salaries as well, and these must be the same then from for 10 years ago, anywhere between $11.75 to $13.75. It varies by state. I wasn't able to determine then whether benefits were included, but did you just mention that everywhere in the United States that no benefits are provided?
That is correct, ma'am. There are no benefits provided stateside.
Now,
And that includes management and enumerator staff.
But in this case, now you're going to allow that the management side of it will get benefits because they're going to be employed for about a year, and then those for 40 days, working days, are not.
That is correct, ma'am.
Would that be true as well in the mainland?
No, in the mainland, again, management do not receive benefits.
Okay, and what would be the hourly wage for the enumerators in the mainland?
Again,
The
as
average
you
at least.
alluded to, I think it varies from state to state.
Will
I wouldn't
any
be able
one
to
of them
generalize.
come close to the 1688?
I wouldn't want to misspeak, ma'am. I couldn't generalize at this point. I don't know what the salary ranges are.
Now, earlier, prior to going down to the committee of the whole, it was discussed that threw out an idea that rather than just hiring them and making them unclassified employees, and they were actually on no benefits, but the one benefit that I think will be important for anyone who would like to apply if they don't have a government job is to be able to at least then pay into Social Security so they can start to build at least their quarters. Have you considered that at all?
Social Security is factored in. It's one of the costs.
For these
For
individuals
everyone.
then? For everyone. Okay. And this will be paid also with the amount of money that they'll be receiving as part, like for example, you're covering the police clearance or court clearance. You will be doing this as well for Social Security?
Yes, ma'am. It's included in that 9.3 figure that was mentioned earlier.
What was the decision to, wait, before I ask that question, the enumerators who'll be going out then to collect the data, will they be working from like 8 to 3, 6-hour job, 8-hour job? I know they were saying something about no more than 40 hours a week, or is it going to be a 32-hour work week?
We have the enumerators hired at 6 hours a day, but we understand that most of the enumeration to catch people at homes and to enumerate is after 6 p.m. So this will allow them to work on weekends. So most of the household heads, we presume, will be out at their regular jobs in the daytime. So the best time to catch the head of household or the representative is during the evening
So you're
hours.
planning to have the enumerators then start after working hours?
Oh, no, during the day. During
During
the
the
day,
day.
but most of the work we can see actually happening. Most enumeration we see actually happening during the evening hours when most families are home.
And so if it's after working hours, then I guess for some of them, will overtime pay then be provided to those enumerators?
No.
No, so but if you look on page 5, and I know it's primarily for the program employees who'll be getting workman's comp, FICA, overtime pay as necessary to complete field work, re-interviews, field follow-ups, canvassing. Now, I thought that these specific duties are those of an enumerator's duties. So how is it then that these program managers, and I'm looking at their position titles, these are not individuals who will be doing this kind of work, but yet they're entitled to the overtime?
It's not a question of entitlement. It's a question of the wording is as necessary.
Yes, I understand that, but go to page 3, where it lists all of the different positions who will be receiving the benefits. Will the assistant manager for administration, for example, or even a geographic specialist be doing field work, will be interviewing the families and counting and doing a follow-up? Will they be canvassing?
No, they will
Any
not.
one of these positions?
No, the key management positions that are listed below, the management staff of the program, I guess, that are listed, will not be conducting the operations. They'll be overseeing the operations.
So who then?
Do you think we should get, just point of information, do you think we should get DOA here so that they can answer some of the current
Yeah, we can.
regulations and personnel rules and regs that would apply under any kind of scenario? I think we would need their expertise. I really think we should.
Might speak to
Sergeant,
some of the earlier
yeah.
questions.
Ron, if you can please take care of that. Madam Speaker, you still have the floor.
Thank you, yeah, so I mean, well, looking at the time too, I'm wondering whether maybe it'd be best to have them come in the afternoon and we can ask all the other questions until this afternoon. And that's just a suggestion. It's up to you, Mr. Chairman, to make that decision.
No, because a lot of the questions we can answer.
So, I'm leading up then, so the reason why I'm asking these questions now, and the individuals you'll be hiring,
The personnel.
and when I was surfing the net also to see who actually were applying for these jobs, and I know maybe in some other states it's a lot worse, the unemployment rate's a lot worse than it is here, that there are actually lawyers lining up, there are stay-home dads lining up for the job.
That's true.
You know, there are people that you normally, I guess, would not see, at least here in Guam. I know we're not going to have any lawyers lining up for jobs here to do this. But you do have government employees allowing them who are gainfully employed, and I would think that because we do have, what's the percentage here in Guam of unemployment? About, what, 13%? That, whatever the numbers are, is that, have you considered that those who are not employed, that the priority will be given to those who are not gainfully employed first before we actually turn to somebody who is employed? And we all know that their primary job will be, let's say now the government of Guam workers are from 8 to 5, and these individuals that you're saying who will be working for 6 hours are also during the day, but yes, there could be some in the evenings when parents do come home, families come home. Is that where you plan then to put the government of Guam employees then who would like to participate in this after working hours and on Saturdays?
Again, Senator, I mean, you know, you could offer an amendment that would give priority to non-government employees first. The only reason we did this was we wanted to increase the pool of qualified workers. We've seen in the past through records that there were times where they had a difficult time employing qualified individuals, and so this would just increase the pool. But Senator, Speaker, if you wanted to offer an amendment that said we give priority to non-government Guam employees first, that's not an issue with us.
Point of information.
Yes, Senator Esperon, please state your point of information.
Well, on this particular topic, it does have it included in this bill already. It does say on page 4, line 20, starting at the very end, it says, prior to the employment of any government of Guam employee, every effort shall be exhausted to ensure that the general community is provided with the initial opportunity to participate and support the conduct. I mean, it seems like it's already included in the bill. So again, that was just a point of information. If we're going down this road, it seems it's already included there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Esperon, for your point of information. Speaker Wapat?
Well, yes, thank you for that that information, because I think that first priority should be given to those at least who don't have a job, so we can help help them. I know there are those who are looking for a job. I can tell you there's a stay-home dad that I know right now who doesn't have a job and is looking for something temporary because they're getting ready to maybe even relocate and would need something just to kind of tie them over. So I know there are a lot of these young individuals who also would need a job. So, and I think that we should definitely give them first priority. And I'd like to just follow up on that MOA that has been already signed, apparently by the Attorney General's office, the Governor's office, and your office. Who are signatories to that MOA?
Monica can answer.
The contract was signed in late July.
Okay, but who are the signatories to it?
We have the Governor, Felix Camacho.
Just the governor? It didn't go to the AG?
The AG has reviewed it, but it was signatored by the governor.
So it went through the AG's office for review, and she signed off then?
They did not sign off on it, but they reviewed the contract.
I thought all contracts would have to be signed by the AG.
They signed it 2-4. They acknowledged it as 2-4.
They reviewed. They did see the contract.
I'm sorry?
They did see the contract.
I know, but they didn't sign?
No, I don't have. We don't have a signature on the AG.
So it's only the governor's signature, and
Correct.
who else?
And
the Census Bureau.
And the Census Bureau's contracting officer.
Is this the same kind of contract that was used 10 years ago?
It is not. In the past, they used a memorandum of understanding or a memorandum of agreement.
So, I mean, but I thought that's exactly what they said. It was an MOA also?
No, it was an MOA in the past. It has been now formalized as a contract.
Okay. I didn't hear that then. Okay, that's it then, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Senator Espadon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr.
And just
Chair.
for the information, I'm sorry, Senator, just for the information of the body, there's been a suggestion that representatives from DOA be brought before the panel. They have been invited for after lunch, so we're looking at a time frame to resume at 2 p.m. Okay, just for the information about the body, unless you suggest otherwise. But Senator Espadon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just getting back to the MOA versus a contract. In the past, we used an MOA. Throughout other jurisdictions throughout the United States, are they on MOAs as well, or are they under contract, much like is implemented here this time around?
They are not. With the island areas, what the Census Bureau does is contracts with the local governments.
Okay, so the contract is not unique to Guam itself.
That is
but
correct.
Actually, has been utilized in other jurisdictions,
That
other
is correct,
territories.
including Virgin Islands, American Samoa, CNMI.
Is there a specific reason why they deviated away from an MOA to a contract?
Advice of legal counsel.
Just legal counsel's advice. Okay. In terms, it seems to be that there's enough of my colleagues here making, or have some concerns about benefits going out to, I guess, the enumerators. How long do you think, or how long do you project these enumerators will be working? And not just days, working days. You said a figure of 40 working days.
Right.
That translates into how many months?
Well, I guess there's approximately 20 working days per month. They're going to work anywhere from, as was discussed before, there are a couple months of work initially on enumeration, and then there's some things called field follow-up activities and that sort of thing where we correct incomplete forms and we go back to people and ask additional questions as necessary. So we'd be talking about that core group of 500 people. We'd be probably talking about a total of 80 working days all told.
80 working days at 20, so about 4 months?
Yeah, right. Anywhere from 2 to 4 months.
Anywhere between 2 to 4 months. After that, then they no longer will be needed by this.
That is correct.
For this effort. For the most of them won't be. And
that
then
is correct.
Basically just the key personnel to compile the data, to analyze and put in proper form.
Yes, sir.
And that'll be the rest of the responsibilities. And that would be the annual employee, or those who may be on for about a year.
Right, up to a year. There are employees that range from a couple of months all the way up to a year.
Okay.
Depending upon the operation that they're particularly focused on.
Okay. Now I understand, at least according to this bill, that all program employees will be covered by workman's comp.
Correct.
So if there are any injuries out there, because of their working conditions or, while on the job, then they would be compensated through workman's compensation.
Correct. Provisions have been made for FICA and for workman's comp.
Okay, and that would then alleviate the need to have to insure them health-wise.
For work-related injuries, correct.
For work-related injuries. Okay. I really don't understand what all the brouhaha is about, to tell you the truth, when it comes to that aspect. But again, I will keep my ears open to try to understand it a little bit better. But to me, it seems to me, Mr. Chair, that when you're talking about people who are going to be working only from 2 to 3 months' time, that the whole process of trying to cover them with health insurance and whatnot, and in light of the fact that a lot of these people might actually even be covered under their own workplace insurance, is a moot discussion, because if there is any accident on the field that would require any medical attention, workman's comp becomes the remedy. But thank you, Mr. Chair. I will relinquish the mic at this point in time and will keep myself actively engaged in terms of listening to what the real underlying issues are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Espadon. Any other discussion on the measure? Senator Tina Munoz Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just had a question in reference to the position and the pay rates that were provided, and I just wanted to know how that was derived again, just to get a clarification on how the numbers were arrived for Guam versus the last census.
And I'm afraid I wasn't involved in the calculation of those original numbers, so I'm afraid I don't have an answer to that question today.
I just wanted, okay, thanks.
I mean, the
hopefully that if we can get an answer to that, because as I was looking at the listing here on position rates, and knowing that it went from $6 to, I guess it was 6 hours a day, but at a rate of 16.88, based on what was given 10 years ago, I guess you would calculate the rating and include all the adjustments for the living conditions that we have today. It comes out right now today at 16.88. But just considering, Mr. Chair, that we're here in the Pacific, we're so far away from everything, our cost of living is really high here. I just want to note for the record, I Googled the job enumerators in the West Coast, and the lowest enumerator is getting $22 an hour. So just food for thought, just wanted to bring it up and seeing how we came up with the figure here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Munoz Barnes. Did you want a response to that?
Again, Senator, I was just talking to Monica when the Census Bureau gave us those numbers. There was no negotiations on the hourly rates. I don't know if it was based upon per capita or that type of thing, but those were the numbers that were given to us.
We did initially, in our discussion in terms, they did initially request some information on how much Guam currently pays for certain positions, such as a survey worker, things like that, security guard, and then they, in the end, determined those rates. Yeah, they determined the rates in the end.
Thank you very much, Senator Munoz Barnes. Any other discussion on the proposed measure? With the exception of inviting DOA representatives going to second round. Speaker Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Mr. Lamarena, who gets to call how many of these positions you hire? Is that in the contract? Are we obligated under the contract to provide you one local area manager, 20 enumerators, 500 field work? Is all of that very specific in the contract as to the number that you are authorized to employ with each of these positions that are listed?
Right, Senator, all the positions, the form that we provided you, these are all the positions that the Census Bureau said we needed to conduct the census.
My question is that in the contract?
It is. The numbers are specified in the budget, which is part and parcel of the contract.
All right. And as well as the salary structure?
Correct.
So what happens if we don't meet those numbers?
Delays.
Other than that, what's the consequence? what happens to the money that doesn't get spent?
Well, if the money is not spent, the money is lost.
We couldn't say if the money's not spent, we could pay benefits?
To my understanding, that's not an option.
So this contract is such that we got nothing to do really, because you tell us how many hours they should work, how long they should work, what they should be paid, and who can be paid, and we're just a conduit. And you want to put that conduit through the government of Guam, and you need this legislature, because what the governor of Guam agreed to is that as a conduit, we will agree to not paying benefits for these certain positions.
I think the focus, quite
That's a
frankly, was more
contractual-
about bringing $9.3 million in terms of salaries and that type of thing.
Well, they would have come anyway. I mean, you would have counted the people anyway, right? Isn't that part of your duty?
Sure.
So it doesn't matter. The money would have come to Guam in some form or fashion. And again, I'm just trying to understand why we're here and so forth. That there may be other areas there may be other positions in the government that could suffice to put people in this place through our current personnel rules and regulations. And the only thing that you're not able to do is deny benefits to this group of employees under the contract that you agreed to with the Census Bureau. Is that kind of like the correct bottom line figure is? That unless this legislature legalizes these positions outside of our current personnel rules and regulations, which require benefits to be paid, and basically we're only talking health insurance here, because you're paying the other stuff, maybe maybe sick leave, but the major contention would be the health insurance needs, and what happens when these guys get sick? They just don't work, they don't get paid. And right now in the government of Guam, pursuant to our pay philosophy, that's not legal. Is that pretty much correct? Is that what you were told by DOA, Mr. Lamarena?
Senator, I mean, in a quick answer, yeah. I mean, again, the reality is we looked at how the census was conducted in 2010. The Civil Service Commission did create those positions, and because those options are no longer offered to us, and because the Census Bureau said they would not pay these benefits, yeah, we had to look at other alternatives to make this program happen.
And you just need legislation to be passed in order
based upon the recommendation of DOA. That's the reason why we, in working with, I guess Monica St. Rose Cruz at DOA, we worked with them in crafting this legislation.
And the governor's legal counsel has not rendered any kind of other recommendations as the legal advisor to the governor or to the bureau. No. Okay.
Thank you very much, Speaker Pangilinan. Any other questions? Senator Rector?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to go back to some of this pay issue. We've got this hourly rate of pay that was distributed from me. I assume that these are the official rates that we're intending to pay folks, right?
They are.
And that was already in the contract that's signed?
They were.
Okay. Now, first question is, you mentioned earlier, Monica, that in the last census, enumerators were paid $12 an hour. Is that right? Does my memory serve me correct?
According to our records, yes, it shows that, sir.
Was it 12 flat or?
Actually, that's your crew leader.
I'm sorry, the crew leader, $12 an hour. And enumerator's $10.50.
Enumerator's $10.50.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Then my calculations aren't quite right, but I suppose I could do that really quick. One of the problems is, in San Diego, an enumerator on their contract, they got $18.25 an hour. I just Googled. Now the cost of living on Guam is a whole heck of a lot more than San Diego. So once again, why are our people being treated like second-class citizens? That doesn't make any sense to me. And then so you said, fortunately, there's all these neat things on the internet. How much were they getting paid? 10 what?
$10.50.
10.50?
Yes.
All right. So let's see what they should be getting paid in today's wages, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Oh, that's a federal government agency, if anybody doesn't know. Oh, shoot, I pushed the wrong button. Oh, here we go. And 5. So then according to the federal government, I'll bet you they're supposed to be making $16.52 an hour and $16.88, because I could only get in $10, so I'm not quite. So at least we're meeting the inflation. But the difference is, in those days, they got benefits, which for the federal government on the Service Contract Act says they would be getting an additional, I believe, the health and welfare rate for Service Contract Act right now is about $3.40 an hour. Is that correct?
I can't speak to that, sir.
Uh-huh. Well, I know it was last year, but usually gets adjusted every October 1st. So I bet it. Does anybody know that answer? Well, then maybe we better find that out over the lunch break. Because at the very least, we're robbing our people at $3.40 an hour compared to what they got last time. And I have a sneaky suspicion the health and welfare rate for federal contract employees is got to be higher than $3.40 an hour because it goes up every year. So once again, why you would ask the legislature to be party of this is it's quite interesting to me. Now, what would happen if this legislation didn't pass? Because I certainly hope the way it stands now, I certainly hope it doesn't pass. What would happen if it doesn't pass? So what would happen to the contract? Or yeah, it's a contract this time, right?
It's a yet to be developed contingency.
Interesting. But one way or another, the president has a mandate to perform the census.
A constitutional mandate, correct.
A constitutional mandate. So one way or another, this is going to happen. And you're going to come out, and the federal government is going to pump a couple of $1 million into our economy to conduct this census, no matter what.
Correct.
No matter what this body does, you're going to find some way to do it, correct?
Correct.
So in that case, it's up to us to make sure that whatever we do in the legislature, it doesn't devalue the amount of federal dollars we're getting onto our island and putting in the pockets of our families. It would behoove us to get as much federal money as possible, right?
One would argue that an almost 100% increase in funding from decade to decade is doing just that.
One might argue all kinds of things, but at the end of the day, it's our job to have the responsibility to get as much as possible. We already know what you put on the table, so it's a question of whether we can do better.
It's not a question of our putting it on the table. It was negotiated between the government of Guam and the Census Bureau.
Now, it's interesting the feds say it's negotiated, whereas Senator Lamarena said it wasn't negotiated at all. Didn't you, Senator? You told me these are the figures they gave you. They said there was no negotiation. Isn't that what you said?
What Monica was saying is that they asked us for comparative salaries from what is being paid locally for these positions, and I think we got data from Department of Labor. Where else are we getting information from? From Department of Labor, because they conduct a lot of surveys, and so we gave the salaries of what labor is paying their survey workers. We provided that to the Census Bureau, and then they formulated the numbers.
Okay, now that's not the same thing, though. He says negotiate. You say you just provided them data, and they gave you the numbers.
That's my understanding, yeah.
So then you're saying there was no negotiation on salary?
No, insofar as salary, no, there was no negotiation. It was, again, they asked us what our current survey workers and then what our pay rates are on island. We provided that data to them, and then they calculated the rates based upon the information that we provided them. And Monica can speak further what information was provided to the Census Bureau.
Well, I'm dealing with this one term here, right? You said that, so I've got your statement that there was no negotiation on salaries, and I believe it before you said there's no negotiation on benefits. Was that a correct statement? Did you say that?
when they told us that there were no benefits to be paid, we did talk to them and ask them if there was a possibility, because we always pushed for benefits for everybody. That was always our contention from the get-go, was benefits for everybody. They did at the end come out and say we'll pay benefits for the 1 year, some of the 1 year positions. And so that, I mean, that was where it stalled, and so, we said, well, we'll take that. It's better than having to, so we accepted the benefits for those positions.
So there was at least some negotiation for benefits, you got some, but
For at
there was
least,
no
yeah.
negotiation for salary.
Right.
Is that correct?
Again, the way the salary, I guess the base of salary was, and maybe Justin didn't mean to say, or use the word negotiate, but it was based upon data that we provided the Census Bureau. Well, let Monica do it, because Monica worked at the Census Bureau as far as formulation of
In our ongoing discussion with the chief of Puerto Rico Island Areas and of the Decennial Management Division, they had reiterated, because the salaries are very attractive, that they would hopefully take care of the benefits issues, because it would be attractive enough, and because it's a very short term. So instead of paying the minimum wage, it would be an attractive salary per hour, so that it would entice employment. But the benefits is not an issue for
Of
negotiation.
course. But that, once again, that doesn't come back, that doesn't answer my question. I'm very concerned about this term, negotiate, right? If this gentleman says that he negotiated salaries, or the federal government, not you in particular, I have no idea if you were the negotiator, said the federal government negotiated salaries with us, but you say that the federal government didn't negotiate salaries with us. Look, you guys,
I think
you guys
it's fair
are
to
under
say we're
oath.
getting caught up on a term.
It may have been loosely
They were
used.
discussed.
It was a discussion.
And I would consider that a negotiation.
It's a discussion.
See, I don't generally consider.
There was back and forth on the topic, Senator. I mean, we can ride this pony all day, but the idea is that the salaries were discussed. We arrived at an agreement that has been signed.
So then what, see, then in that case, and I won't hammer the negotiation part, and I'll let it go, because we know we have the people from DOA coming back after lunch, and we can get some more answers then. So, but then here's the question I have for you, and I'll leave it at this for now. What happens if this legislation doesn't pass?
Like I said, it's a yet to be developed contingency. I can tell you that, as Tony alluded to before, our approach was developed, and the way we handled it this time around was developed on the basis of precedent, on the basis of the way things were handled in 2000. I guess we didn't anticipate going into the discussion that it would be as contentious, shall we say, an area. So that would be something that's going to require some further discussion.
I find that really hard to believe. You say that it's based on what happened in 2000.
Correct.
But what I hear is it's nothing like what happened in 2000. In 2000, the Civil Service Commission established the position. In 2000, they got benefits. In 2000, you didn't come to the legislature and ask for anything. So
Actually, I believe we did. I believe the legislature created the positions, if I'm not mistaken.
Under civil service.
Oh, it was all done under civil.
Civil
I stand corrected.
Civil service.
So I don't know who was in charge of it on your end, but that doesn't seem like the type of planning the federal government usually does. Maybe it's because you see the transition, and I know you guys changed the person in charge of it. President Obama changed the person in charge of it, but this seems like pretty poor planning to say that, well, 10 years ago it happened this way, so we're going to do it completely different this time, but because it happened 10 years ago, we're not going to plan if it doesn't happen the new way. That just doesn't sound very, very smart to me at all. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next one on the list is Senator Blas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the panel up there, thank you very much for being here. And I think it needs to be reiterated. First off, there's a whole discussion with regards to benefits. Does any other place receive, any other place going to receive a benefit package?
They do not.
They do not. So that was basically a there was really no discussion that could have been had.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Tony, thank you. One of the questions I was, because it was brought up about, another jurisdiction getting more money and we're getting less, and this was just based on what we pay our people here today, right? I mean, nothing more than that.
Senator, again, they asked us to provide data on what similar positions are paid here on Guam, and then that's how they formulated that pay scale.
Yeah, but then after that, with regards to any negotiation for anything higher,
no.
Yeah,
the only thing that we kept pushing again was the benefits.
Yeah.
But they were able to give into the management group, the 1-year folks.
Okay.
Some of the 1-year folks.
So basically, but then also this is how they run their business. This is what the program entailed, and it's just a matter of trying to get an agreement with the jurisdiction, and here in this case, Guam, right, so that this can be done, right?
Right.
What are the benefits of getting the census done?
The benefits of getting the census done?
Yeah.
A lot of the data is used by both the Congress and our local agencies in acquisition of federal grants. Also, when the federal government calculates how much Guam should get based upon prorated, based upon the various demographics, be it legislation that has to do with, well, Senator, for a fact, we just completed the Micronesian census back in November, and we're getting $2.8 million as a result of that. So, again, a lot of the data is used by the various agencies. This census, we did manage to put in a lot of questions, for example, that have to do with veterans. We do play a large part in including questions that are specific to Guam, and the veteran count. We wanted to make sure that our veterans were counted, so we. In this year's census, the veterans will be counted, and I believe even their injuries and so forth, right, Monica, if I'm not mistaken. So, and remittances and so forth, so that we can, as we move forward in calculating and providing enough data to the federal government to make sure that Guam gets what's due to us. So a lot of the data is used by the federal government and our local agencies when we apply for federal grants.
So this is an important thing.
Yes, it is.
Right?
Yeah.
This has to get done.
Right. And Senator, even more important is we've already requested from the Census Bureau for a mid-decade census because of our demographic change as a result of the military buildup. The Census Bureau sees our story. The only thing is funding is an issue. So we would have to work with the Congresswoman's office to see what we can do to provide funding for a mid-decade census. But again, because the demographics will change, we want to make sure that we have the sufficient data as we move forward in acquiring federal funding and so forth.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think that basically answers my question with that. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Speaker Wampat, and then we'll break for lunch after your...
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I only have one question because we were talking about what the contract already says. And I know based on some of the questioning, the line of questioning that, we're hearing that there are already some objections to, the bill and the way it's written, and more importantly, I guess, how the contract was written. So the question is should it, I'm not saying that it is, but should it fail, then can you contract now this census work out then to a private company if the government is not going to participate because we're not going to give the benefits?
It's not been done to this point. It's a contingency that would need to be explored further. We can make no definitive statement on it here today, though.
So if the body is going to say then that since you don't want to give the enumerators, the benefits, and then and it fails, let's say just for those for that reason, then technically then you can take it out for somebody else to do other than the government of Guam.
Again, I would not answer that question affirmatively or negatively
But that's
today.
not a possibility then.
I would not be able to answer even that question today.
Would you need to go back and renegotiate then the contract with the government?
That too would be a possibility.
Okay, thank you then, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're going to go ahead and take a recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon.
Rose says she can.
Statistics and Plans, and inclusive of Senator Lamarina. We have Senator Tom Ada, Senator Ray Tenorio, who's in the House, inclusive of myself, and I understand a number of other senators are going to be joining us very shortly. So we will take another 5-minute recess and then reconvene as soon as we have a quorum. Back in session. We do have two representatives from the Department of Administration. They will be identifying themselves very shortly. But just for the record, we are reconvening the Committee of the Whole at 2:25 p.m. discussing Bill number 116 relative to the Guam Census Program. And we do have Senator Rector, Senator Tenorio, Senator Ada, Senator Muñoz Barnes, Senator Taitegui, Madam Speaker Wampat, and Senator Adolfo Palacios, who just stepped out momentarily, who are in the House. So yes, we do have a quorum. And if I can just ask the representatives from the Department of Administration to just identify themselves for the record, and then we'll proceed with any discussions. Most of the conversations, please, Senators, initially will be focused towards Department of Administration representatives, because I think that we've discussed quite a bit some of the other provisions, but shortly after we have posed all of the questions to DOA reps, we can proceed with any additional concerns or issues with regards to the legislation. Francis?
My name is Francis Flisco. I'm a Personal Specialist 4 with the Department of Administration.
My name is Shane Nata, Personnel Specialist with the HR branch, Class and Pay branch.
All right, Senators, the floor is open for any discussion for any of the panel members, and in particular the DOA representatives. Madam Speaker, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And if you look on page 3, it lists the different types of positions, unclassified positions. And I think the question or concern we had earlier was that these positions were actually created by civil service, and whether, or did you say that they were already positions that were created in the mainland as a required positions during the census?
They're generally required, correct.
So these positions then were not created, or that's the question I should ask. These are positions that are generally required, but are these positions that were created by civil service or the Department of Administration HR division?
In this case, Madam Speaker, I do have a memo that was supposed to be circulated, which was dated the 1st of November 1999, and it was signed by the Director of Department of Administration at that time. The creations of positions in the unclassified service, and I will provide you, Madam Speaker, yes, a copy. And at the end of that particular, it identified all of the key positions, the pay grade, and then subsequent to that, at the conclusion of the memo, it says, upon completion of the 2000 census project, the above positions will automatically be abolished. Signed by Mr. Eloy P. Hara, who was the Director of the Department of Administration. I'm sorry, the Executive Director of the Civil Service Commission at that time. So copies will be circulated very shortly.
So what positions are being abolished?
All the census positions, because they were presented to the Civil Service Commission. Prior to that, they had them adopted, but only created for an interim time frame to address the Census 2000 requirements.
So those positions that were at least in existence in the government as positions in which we could feel to conduct the census, and who saw fit that those positions now should be deleted, and then what positions were created to replace those positions?
There was no creation of new positions. What it was is that at that point in time, when they were ramping up to prepare for the Census 2000, they approached the Civil Service Commission, which at that time had the authorization to create positions within the government of Guam at whatever pay grade. That list of positions were adopted and created by the Civil Service Commission, but it was adopted only for the Census 2000 program. So that's why there's a caveat there that upon the completion of the Census 2000 program, that those positions would become defunct.
So
and abolished.
is it then my understanding then that civil service would only create these positions every 10 years, and then upon the completion of the census, then the position expires or is deleted? Expires I would understand, but deleted?
Madam Speaker, if you look at the proposal Bill 116, it would codify these positions so that 9 years from today, the very same entities within the government of Guam, should it be contracted through the government of Guam, that they would not have to come back and reestablish those positions. Perhaps what they would have to do is there's going to be a subsequent amendment that would require that any additional positions outside of these that are enumerated here, that they would have to receive the concurrence of this body or the appropriate government entity. So it would codify it, and in 9 years, no, they would not have to come back. But in the Census 2000 program, that's what they had to do. And I'm semi-familiar with that program, Madam Speaker, because of having served as the former Director of Commerce at that time.
I just find it a little bit difficult to understand that normally it would be civil service then to, to justify the creation of a position rather than the legislature creating it, codifying it, because then, it has that force of law, and that it can never be changed or modified unless, of course, we do it by law, versus having the civil service who are tasked with that position are authorized to do that, that now we're taking that then away from them.
Madam Speaker, I'll allow DOA because that responsibility at one time was with Civil Service Commission, and then legislation subsequent to that 2000 census, that responsibility creating new positions within the government of Guam transitioned over to DOA. So I think you're asking some very pertinent questions that perhaps DOA reps should be able to directly respond to.
And it's been codified. It's in Title 4, Guam Code Annotative, 4102D. It says, notwithstanding any other provisions of law, there shall be no other personal classifications in the government of Guam other than the classified and unclassified services as set forth in this section. The Director of Administration shall not create any unclassified positions.
Okay, so you're saying that you guys should not create any unclassified positions, but here in this bill, we are actually creating unclassified positions then. Because, and so is that where, Mr. Chairman, as one of my colleagues from Magana Heights had asked the question that, we're now going to create legislation so that then we can follow, to force the entity to follow then the law that was has been in our books. So is this that same
Madam
situation?
Speaker, with regards to unclassified positions, I was under the impression that they could be created at an interim, but because of the language that was just read in terms of transferring the creation of classified/unclassified positions was transferred over to Civil Service to DOA from Civil Service Commission. There is specific language that directly restricts DOA, the entity responsible for creating positions, from creating unclassified positions. So that's why the provisions contained in 116 is being put forward before the body. The question now is, do we codify this, or do we allow DOA to create unclassified positions into the future? And I think that perhaps, at least this is my opinion, that perhaps codifying this and making it program specific rather than government-wide may be the more appropriate route.
I'm trying to anticipate then exactly what this would do, knowing that Bill 92 is going to just follow this, in which is to try to reinstate a lot of the duties and responsibilities that civil service had that was transferred to DOA may now go back to civil service. And with this then, and because we always, have at the end of every bill the severability clause, and then I'm just wondering what this would do if one bill over the other is passed. So maybe that's something we need to ask legal counsel to advise us on later on. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Earlier, I was thinking that there could be another way to do this, with the existing statutes and with the existing authority the governor has. And Mr. Chairman, if it came down to it, and if this is the only way we have to go, then obviously I'm going to lend my support to this bill because there's a federal program that needs to be done. The U.S. Census is a very important thing to do. They do this throughout the United States, and it's a requirement that they do this here on Guam also. A lot of our federal grants that we get is as a result of the data that's collected, and I'm hearing too that we don't want to lose any of this money. And that's just it. Why does the administration keep saying that they can't do anything absent the legislature doing this, absent the legislature doing that? Francis, you read section 4102D, which prohibits the creation of unclassified employees. But in that same code, Title 4, there's 4103 that allows any instrumentality. It's a Public Law 28-187. It allows any instrumentality of this government to hire classified employees for a specific limited term. And it gives that discretion solely to the agency head. Imagine that discretion authority is extended to the governor, who is the head of the executive branch. And it's a law that was authored by Senator Kasselbauer at the time, and I was part of that legislature, where I recalled specifically that we recognize that there's a lot of federal funds that come to the island. As a result, there's jobs that could be created, and they have to find a way to not circumvent, but to expedite the processing of these grants and these jobs in the most expedient manner. And there's an existing statute that authorizes something like this to occur. Did you look at this statute and see why or how it would not apply to meeting your objectives beyond wanting to create unclassified positions versus classified positions? Because the problem before we had with the creation, with using federal funds in classified positions, you give the assumption or the hope that that individual is going to remain in that classified position irrespective of whether or not that grant's going to continue. And so this law recognizes these situations, and it says, and it authorizes these departments to create and hire classified employees for a specific limited term. And it also talks about for positions for specific periods of time that are commensurate with the funding sources or the project's duration. Now, why couldn't you embrace this statute and use it as a vehicle to meet your objectives? And then if your answer is that, oh, because of the issue of health insurance, then why couldn't you explore the possibility of having the government of Guam provide those health insurance benefits? So I'm trying to think what's the real reason why you're down here, and I don't think this is the easier route coming to the legislature. Sometimes it's the most difficult route. Easier route is always the existing authority that the administration already has.
And yes, you are correct for in regards to 28187. If we were to use the positions that were indicated on the previous CSC memo, this would actually work because the way the law was implemented was we used classified titles to fulfill the LTAs for the duration of the grants. But as I was just speaking with Monica here, the current titles in the bill don't exist in the classified service at the moment. There might be some like administrative assistant. The ones that we currently have in our classified service, we would be able to use with 28187, but for instance, like the local census office manager or the assistant manager for administration don't currently exist in the classified service. Therefore, we wouldn't be able to use 28187.
Okay, even if those positions didn't exist at all, do you recognize that this law could have been the vehicle for you to create those classified positions and then underfill these as an LTA?
Yeah, if it were to come to as far as creating them into the classified service for the purpose of the census and to be used, then yes, you're correct. If they are classified positions, then we could go ahead and use 28187 as a vehicle to hire those.
And if you desire to have existing Government of Guam employees work for this census program after working hours or on weekends, then couldn't the other statute which you're restating, which authorizes outside employment, couldn't that have been invoked to allow these employees to assume those additional duties? As long as the director of their respective agency says that it's okay? Because if you look at the page, I think it's, yeah, it's item, it's on page 4. Yeah, item C, line 18. You're basically just restating what's currently in the code. Individuals employed with the Government of Guam must obtain approval for outside employment from their respective department or agency head prior to employment with the program pursuant to Title 4, Chapter 4, Article 1. And this provision is exactly what is being described by the sentences prior.
I'm sorry, Senator Spicer, they're asking if you can repeat the statement, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just established that maybe Public Law 28-187 could be the vehicle to create these classified positions and underfill them as LTA. Now I'm asking on the next section, page 4, beginning on line 12, it's a section that would authorize employees of the Government of Guam to participate in this program. I imagine it's after working hours and on weekends, and to be compensated for those for the time spent for outside employment. Couldn't that existing statute cover that kind of scenario and meet that objective? Why does it have to be restated?
Okay, I guess the reason that just discussing here, if we do, the department goes ahead and requests to have these classified as classified titles, then they would be entitled to the benefits, and I understand that's the issue, or one of the issues at hand, is that the benefits, if it was a classified position.
And so is it the administration's position then, Mr. Lamarena, that we weren't going to provide any benefits at all, or not seek or not explore the possibilities of providing these benefits?
You know, Senator, as I stated earlier, you know, when we were first working with the Census Bureau, we were always pushing benefits for all the employees. But again, you know, they've come out and said that we did come to an agreement where they would pay for some of the one-year employees' benefits, but insofar as the temporary workers, the several months employees, that they would not cover those benefits, and then that's the reason for the unclassified. Also, the benefits that they would cover would be sick leave, annual leave, and medical insurance, but not retirement. So therefore, a classified employee would have the full benefits of retirement as well. So again, this is the reason why we came forward with Bill 116, is that to more or less create the unclassified positions as a result of the benefits.
Have you explored what it would cost to have health insurance benefits extended per employee?
Yeah, Senator, we didn't really explore it, but you know, we can come up with numbers. But again, if I threw a number out at you, it'd be just a guess, and I don't want to guess. But you know, we didn't. You know, when the funding source said that they wouldn't pay for those benefits, then you know, unless the government of Guam would be willing to cover the expense of those benefits.
I mean, you say they'll be covered under workman's comp, but a lot of these issues might not be work-related injuries. It'll be them getting sick, getting caught in the rain, and how about with the threat of the H1N1 virus or swine flu? Have you given any thought to how much it'll cost to have these census or enumerators receive the vaccine so that they're going to be exposed to other, particularly the swine flu virus, if it's you know, it's here, and they're going to be going door to door if they unfortunately contract something like this and bring that virus back home, and they just need to be vaccinated, I think.
I'm not sure, Senator, the extent to which workers' compensation would cover that piece.
Wouldn't cover that because that's not
yeah, I'm pretty sure that it wouldn't. Thus far, we've not had any discussions of H1N1 in particular.
I don't know, Mr. Chairman, you leave me with a lot to think about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've exhausted my time.
Thank you very much, Senator Respicio. Actually, I mean, those are the types of questions that we certainly need to present to the body so that at least we can make that prudent decision towards the end in terms of how we want to proceed with Bill 116. I do recognize that there are mechanisms that are in place that perhaps would allow for some recruitment, but not necessarily the component that was shared or has been shared by a number of representatives in this panel as it applies to the additional benefits that would have to be required based on the existing system. But Senator Tenorio, you have the floor.
Just as a follow-up question, you're from the Census Bureau, right? So what happens in someone gets sick, then they're just out of work, pretty much?
I mean, again, if there's a work-related issue, the workman's compensation would cover that. But,
right. If they just get ill, can't come to work, then what?
Then they wouldn't bill for the hours.
They just don't get paid?
You're correct.
Okay. And this is a temporary sort of arrangement?
That is correct.
30, what did you say, 30 working days?
2 to 4 months.
Or 40 working days?
Yeah.
Okay. So if they get injured on the job, that's one thing?
Correct.
If they get injured off the job or they get sick off the job, then that's their prerogative to take care of it?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you very much, Senator Tenorio. Any other questions or comments for the members of the panel? Senator Ada, you're recognized.
Yeah, a couple of things. First of all, I guess if we were to use classified titles, existing classified titles, to be able to do this work, then I suppose the salaries that would be applicable would be whatever it is for those existing classified positions, correct? So for example, I don't know what would be the equivalent of an access controller. But if there's an equivalent existing classified position, then I suppose that position may be paid and will probably be at a lower, I don't know. I mean, have we looked if that's going to be at a lower rate or is it going to be equivalent to what the current hourly rate is that's being offered here?
Yes, you're correct. If we did go with a classified title, they would be bound to the grade that was assigned to them on the Unified Pay Plan. And that's, I believe, right.
But at this point, we don't know whether the salary that's attached to that current classified position would be lower than what's being offered here?
Anecdotally, we did a little bit of research a bit earlier. The numbers associated with an individual who'd be conducting the surveys, like an enumerator equivalent, the salary was approximately $7.61 per hour. At the highest possible level.
At the highest possible level. And with this here, we're looking at $16.88.
Correct.
It's about a difference of about $9. That's interesting.
I would say so.
The other item is, of course, the question has already been asked as to, we seem to be debating here about hiring employees with no benefits associated with it other than FICA and all that stuff. But we really don't know what's that additional cost. Does it mean having to give up a couple of enumerators in order to be able to pay for that? But I guess really it's not so much the question of how much money is going to have to be diverted away from the direct effort that's going to be put in, more so than that. I guess the Census Bureau does not want to. I mean, right now, your guidelines is that throughout the country, the people that are being hired to perform this work are not being given benefits, correct?
That is correct, Senator. And just to your point about diverting enumerators or funding that would have been used for enumerators to pay for benefits and that sort of thing. The numbers associated with the individual positions that we're seeking to have created are based upon the workload associated with conducting the census. So if we've, for example, outlined 358 enumerators, that's linked to the geography that's established to conduct the census. So there will be 358 assignment areas. So those numbers aren't arbitrary. They're based upon the work to be conducted.
Now, I know that the question was asked earlier on the scenario of, let's say the legislature just says, no, we're not going to act favorably on this. The bottom line is, I presume, this census will have to be taken, will have to be performed, correct?
That is correct.
And I know that you were very careful about, I guess the way you phrased it was that we have not fully planned out for that contingency,
right.
Which I think was really being I think you're trying to be politically correct and saying, look, if you don't do it this way, it's going to have to be done. We'll probably have to outsource it.
Well, I think, one of the things that became clear over lunch were there are probably a couple of different options. Going down this classified route is certainly one option. It's not one that would be supported necessarily by the Census Bureau, but it would also mean taking people that would be getting paid $16.88 an hour down to $7.61 an hour, and that would be an option, certainly.
Okay, well that's an interesting option.
No, but I mean, using existing law as was suggested earlier.
I understand.
Versus,
I understand, and I'm glad that was brought out. But then there's also still that third option too, and that is to simply give a contract to Bureau of Planning. And I know that when I was talking with Senator Lamarena earlier, he says, well, but we've always done it this way. And I guess in the mainland, you give it to the government, you give it to the state government, and they use their government resource, the employees and whatnot. But times have changed, and I suppose there is that third option to give it as a grant to Bureau of Planning for them to go out and get the census performed by outsourcing it.
There's the only thing I would add to that, Senator, is I think we would probably have to get our legal and our contracting officials involved in that discussion. There's a great likelihood that if that scenario is explored, though, that we'd still be talking about a significantly diminished wage for the contractors performing the task.
Oh yeah, private sector.
And where are the profits going?
Sure, sure. That may not be the preferred option. And barring any legal prohibition from outsourcing the conduct of the census taking, that certainly is a third option.
Sure.
So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ada. Thank you, Justin. Senator Taidigui?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Most of those questions were pretty much answered that I had was going to bring up earlier. But one of the things that I am concerned when you mentioned times are changing, and that means also with regards to certain concerns with diseases, infectious diseases, and a lot of these individuals will be making contact with quite a bit of people in the community. And I was wondering how the census would even consider or have discussed this with the H1N1 virus that is plaguing our world right now in every country. And considering you're sending these individuals out, that the Census Bureau, basically, have you discussed this? And I think it's very, very important. We're sending out our people, and they're contacting quite a bit of individuals. So have you thought of anything like this?
No, it's a point well taken. I can say, as I alluded to earlier, it's not something that's come up for discussion prior to our discussion here today, and it's something that I will certainly take back. I think that these people certainly will, on a daily basis, be exposed to any number of families and potentially any number of airborne otherwise.
Yeah, I think just like when we go to our schools, send our children to schools, we need them to be immunized, for that plus measles, TB, and whatever. I mean, it's a major way of spreading another disease even further. So this really needs to be looked into, even if, they don't do it, we need to do it, okay, before they go out. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Taitigui. Any other questions? Senator Munya Barnes, you're recognized.
Situs Masi, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the panel members here. Based in light with everything that's gone on, Mr. Chair, I'd like to go ahead and proffer a couple of amendments based on what you've shared with me. I've passed out an amendment, ladies and gentlemen, for you to look at, and I'll go ahead and start with the amendment, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure, please proceed.
My first amendment would be to amend the following lines in Section 2 of the bill. And it would read, Section 2, a new subsection 1209.1.1 is added to article, and I want to make sure that that's correct too, Mr. Chair. That was already changed earlier.
Yes, that's correct.
Of Chapter 1, Division 1, Title 5, Guam Code, annotated to read subsection 1209.1.1, Guam Census, and then program. Add the word program. And then on A, program operations and funding, the Guam Census Program will be established by the Guam Bureau of Statistics and Plans, period. It will then be funded for the U.S. Census Bureau and used for the census operation, which includes staff salaries, overtime, office space, office equipment, office supplies, vehicle rental, travel, all forms of publicity, and all other related programs and cost. B, Bureau of Statistics and Plans establish positions. The list of unclassified positions for the decennial census shall include. And if you want to divide it, I have no problem.
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Munya Barnes. So on that question, if there is a correction, it should read Article 2 as was previously adopted, so that's not part of the proposed amendment. But if you look at the amendment as being proffered, is to clarify that it is the Guam Census Program and that is the Guam Bureau of Statistics and Plans that will be tasked, not the U.S. Census Bureau, because that was one of the impressions of a number of our colleagues in the audience. So we wanted to clarify that in terms of the language. So on that that first amendment initiated by Senator Munya Barnes, Senator Ada, you're recognized.
Well, I was just looking at the language. How can we mandate that the federal government will fund this program?
In this particular case,
it's one thing for the local. Yeah, it's one thing for the local government to say that it will establish this office or that program, but then to say that the U.S. Census Bureau will fund it, I think we're kind of stepping beyond our bounds, aren't we?
Do you have an amendment, Senator Ada?
Yeah.
Yes.
I would, if he'd like to proffer an amendment to this amendment to properly state that based on information received by the U.S. Census Bureau, funding will be provided for this program.
I don't know how the Finno English.
Can I go ahead and take a 1 minute recess?
It just doesn't seem appropriate.
Yeah, before we go to, there's a request for possibly a 1 minute break. Justin, if you can just respond on this.
Yeah, the clarifying language, I don't have a problem with at all. I see what you're saying about the how it will be funded. I mean, I think that could probably be clarified that there's a contract vehicle in place or something like that, and I think that it could be tweaked to cover things.
One suggestion may be to, right after plans, comma, and just put 2, and just continue that sentence, comma, to be funded by the U.S. Census Bureau. Because every 10 years, it is funded by the federal government. It's a constitutional requirement. Any suggestions?
I think I would defer to legal counsel to come up with the appropriate language.
That
Okay.
being the case, Mr. Chair, 1 minute recess,
1 minute
please.
recess. Good afternoon, Senators. The Committee of the Whole is now back in session. Senator Tina Munoz, you're recognized.
In light of that, Mr. Chair, I guess I would withdraw
Only subsection A.
Subsection 1, you mean? I withdraw subsection 1?
Only the subsection A, because subsection B still is there.
Yes.
Okay, Senators, we're trying to save a tree here. So Senator Munoz Barnes has an amendment that would read, please, Senator.
Would read to amend the following lines of Section 2 of the bill, Section 2, a new subsection 1209.1.1 is added to Article 2 of Chapter 1, Division 1, Title 5, Guam Code, annotated to read subsection 1209.1.1 Guam Census Program, period, and then subsection A, Program Operation and Funding. The Guam Census Program will be established by the Guam Bureau of Statistics and Plans. Funds from the U.S. Census Bureau will be used for census operations, which include staff, salaries, overtime, office space, office equipment, office supplies, vehicle rental, travel, all forms of publicity, and all other related program costs. That's for subsection A.
Can you continue with subsection B?
And then on subsection B, it would say Bureau of Statistics and Plans, establish positions, period. The list of all unclassified positions for the decennial census shall include.
Thank you, Senator Munoz Barnes, and thank you, Senator Adam, for bringing that clarity to the table. Any discussions? If not, no objections? So ordered. Senator Munoz Barnes, you're recognized for a subsequent amendment.
On the second amendment, it would be amend the last paragraph of sub-item B of 1209.1.1 in Section 2 of the bill, and it would read, for future decennial census, the Bureau of Statistics and Plans may propose the creation, change, or deletion of positions in support of the census operations and activities, and shall notify y Legislature in Guam of such requested changes, and then all program positions shall include census after each position title.
On that proposed amendment, Senator Rector, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In looking at this, give me a second here, but I'm not quite sure where it says that they may propose, and then they're going to submit the requested changes. Now, see, before it used to say submit the requested changes for action. What are they submitting the requested changes to the legislature for?
Senator Rector, did you want to propose an amendment?
No, this is a point of clarity. I just don't understand the amendment.
In that particular case, according to legal counsel, she's of the opinion, and please, Therese, correct me if I'm mistaken, that because these positions are being codified in the Bureau of Statistics and Plans provisions of law, that in this particular case, any creation of additional positions would have to come before the legislative body for consideration. Now, if you would...
No, I understand that. So, and that makes sense, that they're going to have to come back...
If you would propose to reinsert the words for action, then that would address your concern, I believe.
I would put in for approval as opposed to for action.
On the amendment to the amendment, Vice Senator Rector, rather than to continue the phrase on the second to the last line on that particular proposed amendment of such requested changes for approval. Any discussions? Senator Addett, you're recognized. On the amendment to the amendment, please.
I think maybe the gentleman from Totu, maybe on that 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe would address this concern if that was to read, and shall request approval from y Legislature in Guam for such proposed changes.
Senator Rector, would you like to withdraw your amendment for?
Okay.
Okay, Senator Rector has withdrawn his amendment, and Senator Adder, please, if you can
So then the
State.
amendment then to this amendment is that on the 1, 2, 3, 4th line, it shall read and shall request approval from E. Eslaturan for the proposed changes. And maybe we can just leave it for the, Well, here, I think Senator Taidiwi I think she's got the
Okay,
language.
Senator Rector
Oh.
has withdrawn his amendment. Senator Adda has just withdrawn his amendment. Senator Taidiwi, you're recognized on the issue, on the primary amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to introduce an amendment, please, and this is basically talking what everybody wanted, but we recognize there was just a slight two actions when only one was being addressed. So in that, amended the last paragraphs of sub-item B of 1209.1.1 in section 2 of the bill. For further decennial census, the Bureau of Statistics and Plans may propose to Legislaturan Guahan the creation, change, or deletion of positions in support of the census operations and activities. All program positions shall include census after each position title.
On that amendment, any discussions? Now, your amendment would replace the original amendment.
Yes.
So did you want to withdraw the original amendment, Senator Barnes?
No objections, no problems.
Thank
to
you,
that.
Senator Barnes. Senator Taidiwi, you're recognized on your amendment. Please restate it once more.
Okay, my amendment, well, actually, I'm not clear. The first amendment that Senator Barnes had put forth on section 2, that passed, that's
Yes,
fine.
yes.
Okay, so this is my amendment to the bill then.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay,
That's
on
good.
Senator
Let's vote on
Senator
it.
Taidiwi's amendment, and please, Senator, ensure that the board
Everyone
has a
gets a
copy of
copy.
your proposed
Thank
amendment.
you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions or discussions? Yes.
Can I read
Senator Rector on the proposed amendment.
Point of information, can I just hear it again?
Okay,
And
Senator
restate
Taidiwi,
the-
please, if you can read
Thank
that. Read it over again.
Why don't I simplify it and just have it all passed around and everyone can
We
have
could
the
have saved the
opportunity
tree.
to read it? Okay,
Okay.
oh, I can? Okay. Anything to save a tree. Okay. Amendment, the last paragraph of sub-item B of 1209, period 1 in section 2 of the bill. For further decennial census.
Future.
For future decennial census, comma, the Bureau of Statistics and Plans may propose to Legislaturan Guahan, okay, the creation, comma, change, comma, or deletion of positions in support of the census operations and activities, period. All program positions shall include in census after each position title, period.
Senator Rector, you okay with that?
No objections.
Then in that case, I don't understand what the point of the whole sentence is. The Bureau of Statistics and Plan may propose anything to the legislature, right? So in that case, why are we putting in an amendment that says something you may do that you can already do? Now, I understand if we're going to do that, why don't you just delete all the top part and say all program positions shall include census? That's the only part that's new language and gives them its commanding language.
Okay, so Senator Rector, do you have an amendment? It would read, the original amendment as being proffered by Senator Taidiwi will read, for future decennial census, the Bureau of Statistics and Plans may propose to Legislaturan Guahan the creation, change, or deletion of positions in support of the census operations and activities. All program positions shall include census after each position title. Senator Rector, you recognize.
Yeah, it's superfluous language to me if we're going to do it. So that I move to amend the amendment to eliminate all the language prior to all program position shall include census after each position title. That's the only commanding language.
What about the creation of a new position? Or the deletion of existing positions that are codified?
You know, maybe we ought to take a little bit of a recess to clear this.
1 minute recess.
Let's go play out in the playground.
Good afternoon, Senators. Committee of the Whole is now back in session. There was a concern that was expressed by Senator Rector on the proposed amendment. There's an amendment on the floor. Any other comments? Yes, on the amendment. What was your amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, I'm sorry, Senator Speaker. Senator Rector had a proposed amendment on the floor to delete everything with the exception of the last phrase. All program positions shall include census after each position title. On the proposed amendment to the amendment,
this is a out of order amendment, but I don't think it's necessary at all to have anything to have to decide whether or not we're going to adopt the second amendment. As we understand, these positions have been codified, and it's clear that whenever any changes to the law are necessary, that these agencies or individuals or any interested party has to come before the legislature and make a request of one of us to introduce a bill to make that amendment, that section of the code to amend it, or the governor himself can propose legislation. I'm concerned that if we now have language that tells them that any changes to these positions have to come before the legislature for approval, are we then requiring agencies to have permission by statute if they want to change any other areas of the law? I just don't think it's necessary at all. It's stated, it's understood that these positions adopted by the earlier amendment are codified, and any changes to existing statute would have to go through legislative process anyway. I don't think the amendment for number 2 is necessary. So while I support Senator Rector's thinking, I don't support an amendment to the amendment. I rather just not adopt it at all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
okay, we still have the initial language. Keep that in mind, Senators. Thank you, Senator Specio. Senator Taidigui? Or we still have Senator Rector's amendment to the amendment. Any other discussion on the amendment to the amendment? If not, Senator Rector, do you want to close?
If, sir,
Senator Taidigui?
I would like to just withdraw my amendment and that maybe clarify everything and stop everything. Yeah. So if I withdraw my amendment, then there's no amendment to his amending my amendment, and it's clear.
Okay, there's been the committee will entertain that, or the chair will entertain that. There's been a withdrawal of the original amendment. Thank you, Senator Tina, for trying. Moving along, any other amendments to the proposed measure, bill number 116? Senators? Senator Espadon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Incidentally, we still have the panel members, so if by any chance you have any follow-up questions, final questions, I'm insisting, and I apologize for being, I guess, heavy-handed here, but I think that you should be privy to any amendments that will be made on this particular legislation as it proceeds forward. Senator Espadon, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is more of a housekeeping issue, but definitely very relevant, because on page 3, where it reads section 2, it says a new section is added to Article 1 of Chapter 1, Division 1, Title 5, Guam Code Annotated. And I believe that should not be Article 1, it should be Article 2 of Chapter.
Senator Espadon, yes, that was already adopted.
Well, then thank you. I'm glad we made that clear. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. It's good to know that we have an excellent attorney in the House that's eyeballing all of these codes. Thank you, Senator Espadon. Any other questions or any proposed amendments on the measure? If not, Senators, that would, Senator Rector, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank God it's Friday, huh? Hey, I was just going back to the original language. Now, as we've gone through all these amendments, we're back to the original bill, so that the current language on page 4, line 7, says in future decennial census, as new positions are created, changed, or deleted by the Bureau in support of the census operation activities, the program shall notify the legislature of such change in action.
That's correct. The original language still stands.
So the original language still stands. Now, this would imply, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this would imply that it doesn't take any action by the legislature at this point, the way this law is written, And they can change and create positions as at will.
No, it says for action.
Oh, changes for action.
No, they withdrew it. Senator Tello withdrew her amendment.
Right.
Just for the information of the clerk, just to clarify everything, there was an initial amendment on that particular provision on page 4, lines 7 to 11 by Senator Munya Barnes. She yielded and she withdrew that original amendment for the amendment proffered by Senator Taidigui. Senator Taidiguy's amendment was, there was a proposed amendment on that amendment by Senator Rector, but then Senator Taidigui withdrew her amendment. So we're back to the original language. So Senator Rector, you still have the floor.
And,
Yes,
and
it
thank
does-
you for the point of clarification. Yes, I'm
For the
good
clerk.
with the language the way it is now. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Rector. Any other discussions on Bill 116? If not, senators, thank you very much for your involvement in this legislation, and to the representatives from Bureau of Statistics and Plans, as well as the Census Bureau and Department of Administration. Thank you very much for joining us and responding to some inquiries on this particular measure. The committee on the whole has concluded its discussion on Bill number 116 and is ready to report back to the main body. 2-minute recess. Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we're still in the Committee of the Whole, and we've concluded discussion on Bill 116-30. And I want to commend you and congratulate you as well as the other members for getting through this bill, which having heard from the Bureau of Planning people, the Department of Administration people, and other members of the administration, maybe we have a better understanding, at least I do, an understanding that would allow us to rise from the Committee of the Whole so we can dispense of this bill in the second reading file. So I make that motion that we rise with all the amendments made, be intact, and that we give you the opportunity to report back to the body.
On the motion by Senator Respicio, no objections. So ordered. Thank you, Senator Respicio.
Okay, so we're back again in recess after the Committee of the Whole, and Senator Agun, I recognize you on a motion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to report that the Committee in the Whole has duly deliberated on Bill number 116 COR as substituted by the Committee on Economic Development, Health and Human Services and Judiciary. And I'd like to move for its placement in the third reading with all amendments intact and with Senator Tina Munoz Barnes as second co-sponsor.
On that motion, then, without any objections, on this, on the second co-sponsor, and then on the motion now to send it down to third reading, file with all its amendments intact, no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We don't have much time to continue with Bill 92. So we're going to recess until 9 o'clock Tuesday morning, and the first bill on the agenda will be Bill 92. And I recognize Senator Guthertz. Yeah, but he's asked that we'll do it afterwards. So we're in recess then until Tuesday, 9 a.m. Yes, Monday is a holiday. All Souls Day. Happy Halloween.